Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin in 5 minutes. Please take your seats. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you for checking. Okay. You'll need to turn off the background music. Any chance the lyric could be up here too? Well, I'm waiting for them to get the lyric up the middle. All right, well, the Lord be with you. Let's pray. Loving God, as we start our session this day, please be with us in each other, through your word, in our hearts, all around, in the songs, in the silence. Amen. Now, I think we're trying to get the lyric in the middle screen so that folks in the middle can see it. But in the meantime, we got to get rolling. So this song, as I've been noticing your 4 themes, and I'm not sure I've got them all right, but like Christ-centered relationship, generosity, and is it justice? Like, what's the 4th one? Reconciliation. Batting in the same area, similar area. This song is about, in my mind, about relational turbulence. And internal turbulence. And here we go. So just join in as you get a feel for it. And everyone will be able, the chorus part is be still, and rage no more. Let peace descend on sea and shore. So we can all sing that part. And just join as you get a feel for it. The sails were spilling when the boat was taking waves. The mast began to bend, then called the Lord who saves. Be still, and rage no more. Let peace descend on sea and shore. The sea became a glass reflecting heaven's light. The storm completely passed when Jesus said that night, be still, and rage no more. Let peace descend on sea and shore. Then heading toward the land, they marveled on the way that Jesus could command and make the sea obey. Be still, and rage no more. Let peace descend on sea and shore. Storm returns again and every heart it raves, until we hear again the Lord who told the waves, be still, and rage no more. Let peace descend on sea and shore. Be still, and rage no more. Let peace descend on sea and shore. This warring world shall end unless we make it clear the one who tamed the wind can tame our hate and fear. Be still, and rage no more. Let peace descend on sea and shore. Be still, and rage no more. Let peace descend on sea and shore. Through every act and word of all our living days, may Christ's own voice be heard until the world obeys. Be still, and rage no more. Let peace descend on sea and shore. Beautiful.
Thank you, John, and good morning. The Book of Faith Task Force has worked to develop summer reading plans in the past, and this summer's no different, so I am calling to the stage the Reverend Dr. Catherine Shaner to share more about this and give everyone a chance to experience it as a devotional this morning. Dr. Shaner? And Catherine Fink.
It's the Catherine Show. It's the Catherine Show this morning. Good morning, North Carolina Lutherans. I'm Catherine Shaner. I'm a pastor here in the Synod, but I'm also Associate Professor of New Testament at the Wake Forest University School of Divinity, of which we have several alums here. Woo! And I'm here with Catherine Fink, who is our Communication and Resources Director at the North Carolina Synod in the Synod office. We also work with Brooke Watson-Summerauer, Daniel Volkert, Heather Batchelder, and Jonathan Schnibben on the Engage the Bible ministry group. And as the bishop said, every summer, we ask members of the North Carolina Synod to write a month-long Bible reading series. We've studied Romans, Mark, Luke, the Psalms, preachy prophets. This year, we're going to work through the first part of Genesis with Genesis Generations. We have a sample reading for you this morning on your tables. You'll see them in the center. You'll also see instructions in your folder packet about how to sign up for this series, which I'll talk about in a bit. We're joined this morning by Julie Arndt. Julie is a newly retired middle school teacher who's a member of St. Mark's Lumberton. And there at St. Mark's, she edits the weekly newsletter and is a member of the Congregation Council. She serves the North Carolina Synod also as a member of the Indigenous Learning Team, and she's the one who's written our reflection for this morning. So without further ado, we'd like to read Genesis chapter 11, 1 through 9.
Now the whole earth had one language and the same words. And as they migrated from the east, they came upon a plain in the land of Shinar and settled there. And they said to one another, "Come, let us make bricks and burn them thoroughly." And they had a brick for stone and bitumen for mortar. And then they said, "Come, let us build ourselves a city and a tower with its top in the heavens, and let us make a name for ourselves. Otherwise, we shall be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth." The Lord came down to see the city and the tower which mortals had built. And the Lord said, "Look, they are one people and they have all one language, and this is only the beginning of what they will do. Nothing that they propose to do will now be impossible for them. Come, let us go down and confuse their language there, so that they will not understand one another's speech." So the Lord scattered them abroad from there over the face of all the earth, and they left off building the city. Therefore it was called Babel, because there the Lord confused the language of all the earth, and from there the Lord scattered them abroad over the face of the earth.
Julie, would you please read your reflection for us on this story of the Tower of Babel? Seems appropriate for Pentecost.
I like to have the television or music playing in the background. The background noise helps me focus on the work I'm doing. It really does help me concentrate. Scientists say that the presence of background noise means that your brain must really listen to your thoughts to help make sense of the task at hand, as well as the background noise. And when the noise contains words, you may have to have an even harder time focusing because it disrupts your inner dialogue. Some students will ask if they can listen to music while they work on a project in class. I usually cave and let them have their background noise. I think silence is hard for people. In silence, our own inner voice can go nuts and confuse our thinking. Rather, an absence of noise is hard for people because, let's face it, the world is a noisy place. The world is full of distractions, most of them man-made. People talking at each other. At certain times in many places, there are conversations going on in several languages at one time. And then there is the ubiquitous presence of social media meant to distract us. with images, people wanting approval, demanding attention and fame, even for a moment. So how do we make sense of it all? In Genesis chapter 11, we read the story of the Tower of Babel. Language, rather the cacophony of language being used at once, is the problem here. There are countless languages spoken all over the globe. They evolved as people moved around, encountered other people and concepts. Language became part of how we humans define ourselves. The problem is that we are so easily distracted from the only true universal language. And that language is the love of God spoken through Jesus. The Star Trek universe, they solved the problem of multiple languages with a universal translator. Turn it on and suddenly everybody understands Klingon or Vulcan or whatever. Pretty cool, huh? The love of God is our universal translator. In the noisy, distracted world we live in, that truth is often drowned out, but it remains constant, consistent, unchanged. It does not seek fame or glory. It does not ask for validation. It does not need approval. It simply is.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you for that faith-filled and thought-provoking reflection. And now it's time for you to respond at your tables. Now, this summer through our reading series, we're offering two different ways for you to respond to Genesis Generations. The first is the traditional conversation, and you can have that conversation with neighbors at your table. But the second way to respond, at least today, but also over the summer, is to reach into your bag and pull out that Fund for Mission pad and a pen and a pencil and do some doodling. Some of us respond better with artwork and doodles. Some of us respond better with language and words. Now, Julie's asked a thoughtful question for us to consider at our tables, whether we're in conversation with each other or doodling away. And I want to read that question for you now. It's at the bottom of your sheet. What are some of the background noises that distract you from hearing God's voice? From hearing God's voice that simply is? So we'll take about 3 minutes or so to have that conversation at our tables and really think a little bit about what Julie's offered us today. Go. I know that 3 minutes is way too short to discuss the depths of this text and this reflection. But we've got some synod business to do, and God just is. God is here with us, and that love and that resounding diversity is here in this room. So I hope you had some rich and wonderful conversations, maybe some soulful doodles, even if they were pretty short or preliminary. Just think how much more rich and fruitful discussions and doodles of Genesis Generations are going to be this summer. So each day in July, you will find readings on the Synod website, on the Synod's Facebook page, or you can go to the website and sign up to receive them daily by email. We are also going to invite folks to send in artwork or doodle responses as the summer goes by. And we'd encourage you to do this in an intergenerational way. How many of us have crayon drawings on our refrigerator that are more profound than anything Picasso may have done? So we'll end this segment with a short prayer that Julie has written for us.
Let us pray. Enable us, O God, to hear your language of love and truth amid the distractions of daily living, our own fear and uncertainty, our own desires. Speak to us clearly that we may know your voice. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much. Let's give them a hand. Thank you for the work that you do in keeping us focused. I invite our conference deans to the stage to be installed along with Phil Tonneson, the Reverend Phil Tonneson, assistant to the bishop. And while you're making your way up here, I have an announcement that we made yesterday, but remember that we do have free pastoral consultation / counseling with Dr. David Francine. If you want to come to the information desk to sign up, it's in the Gate City Room. We won't know that you're doing that. Your congregation won't know. You can just excuse yourself. He doesn't have anybody on the schedule today. So if you just think it'd be nice to talk to a pastor, a counselor, that's something that you might do.
Good morning. The following pastors have been appointed by our bishop to serve as conference dean: Emily Hartner, Ken Albright, Jonathan Conrad, Cassie Overcash, Dan Burris, Ed Harper, Ron Philibom, Lauren Carlson, Emily Lemoyne, Marcia Anderson, Christy Lorsap, and John Spencer. Before we continue with the installation liturgy, allow me to offer a word of thanks to 3 pastors who are concluding 6 years of faithful service as a conference dean: Alice Johnson Curl, John Futterer, and Scott Anderson. Will you join me in thanking them for their service?
A reading from 1 Corinthians. There are varieties of gifts, but the same Spirit. There are varieties of services, but the same Lord. There are varieties of activities, but the same God who activates all of them in everyone. To each is given the manifestation of the Spirit for the common good.
Friends, you have been appointed to positions of leadership and trust in the North Carolina Synod of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America. And so you are to see that the words and deeds of this household of faith bear witness to God, who gathers us into one together with the whole church. You are to be faithful in your specific area of serving, that the Spirit who empowers you may be glorified. And you are to be examples of faith active in love, fostering peace, harmony, and mutual understanding in this synod.
On behalf of your sisters and brothers in Christ, I ask you, will you accept and faithfully carry out the duties of the office of Conference Dean to which you have been appointed? If so, would you answer together? I will, and I ask God to help me.
I will, and I ask God to help me.
You also have a part in this. People of God, I ask you, will you support these, your conference deans, and will you share in the mutual ministry that Christ has given all who are baptized? If so, will the people respond? We will, and we ask God to help us. So now you are officially, and I declare you officially installed as conference deans in the North Carolina Synod of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America. I thank you, but more importantly, may Almighty God bless you and direct your days and deeds in peace, that you may be faithful servants of Christ. You already are. Keep it up. Thank you. I think now we go into the second place, Engage the Bible video, TikTok from Christ the King in Cary.
Help me! No, man, why would I help you? Oh no, he's knocked out!
Now we are excited to welcome Dr. Chad Rimmer, the new Dean and Rector of Lutheran Theological Southern Seminary. We also continue to pray for students who are formed in ministry at LTSS and the wonderful faculty and staff that we have there. So we're going to hear more about their story with this video.
Greetings from Seminary Ridge in the name of the Holy Trinity. I am Reverend Dr. Chad Rimmer, and I am grateful for the call to serve as Rector and Dean at this time in our seminary story. After serving across the Global Lutheran Communion through the ELCA and the Lutheran World Federation, it's a joy to join our mission here to teach, form, and nurture leaders for public ministry. Theological education has always been a driver of the Lutheran tradition, and the vibrant faculty and staff of LTSS are cultivating new fruit as we implement the revised curriculum of our seminary's strategic plan. For example, in the fall of 2023, we will launch a new Master of Arts in Christian Ministry path for ELCA Word and Service candidates that includes a track for Lutheran formation, contextual education, and ministry specialization. LTSS will offer innovative one-hour elective opportunities called Explore courses that will engage students in interesting topics and valuable ministry experience not otherwise covered in the curriculum. This program will be open to LTSS alumni for continuing education credit, creating opportunities for intergenerational learning between current students and alumni, and that may expand in the future. We're also offering concentrations that recognize a student's academic achievement in a particular area of study, such as biblical studies, theology, and faith formation, as well as opportunities for specialized courses called cognates through the Lenore University graduate faculty in the areas of leadership, counseling, and sustainability. Seminaries are seedbeds, and we continue to cultivate a Christ-centered community that's gathered in first week immersions, formed in rhythms of word, sacrament, and prayer, enriched through ecumenical learning such as Methodism 101, and embodied through relationships of mutual care and conviviality, including a new hammock hangout for our diverse student body. Diversity is the wisdom of the triune God, woven into the fabric of creation, biodiversity, as well as social diversity. Inclusion safeguards conditions for creativity, justice, and peace. And as a reconciling in Christ seminary, we continue our theological and pedagogical commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion across the curriculum and in lifelong learning opportunities that embed learning in partnerships such as Koinonia and the International African American Museum, and through public events like Dr. Jennings' recent lecture, Overcoming Racial Faith. As the rapidly evolving landscape of higher education presents a challenge to sustaining seminaries, LTSS's ecumenical and interdisciplinary partnerships are gifts to equip our church for critical, constructive, courageous, and creative theological engagement across cultures and contexts in the church and public space. And finally, I want to say a special word of gratitude to LTSS colleagues, the Advisory Council, and Lenorine leadership for tending to extra task through a leadership transition. We are grateful to our bishops for visits and their ministry among us, and for the financial support of our synods, faithful congregations, and individuals in Region 9 and beyond. And we are grateful to all of you who encourage the faithful, especially our youth, to discern their vocation to public ministry. LTSS is happy to receive you here with open hearts and minds. As we look with a faithful imagination to the future of theological education and formation that interprets the gospel in light of the needs of people and planet, your prayers and participation sustain our mission and strengthen our capacity to respond to the Spirit's call. Peace, friends.
Good morning. In addition to serving as Vice President of the Synod, I have the absolute pleasure of serving as the chair of the African Descent Strategy Team. So, at this time, I bring you greetings in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ on behalf of the North Carolina Synod's African Descent Strategy Team. The team is committed to faithfully helping the North Carolina Synod reflect diversity by encouraging ministry with persons of African descent, promoting racial reconciliation, and helping congregations to become more inclusive. The work is challenging. Conversations are sometimes difficult, but the vision of our church to be diverse and truly welcoming to all people is very important. During the past year, the team met in retreat to focus on race, faith, and to prioritize our work. As we continue the work of the team, we hope to provide discussions which identify ways that our congregations and institutions silently foster racial insensitivity. To look for ways to promote systems where there is identification, awareness, reaction, and interruption to racist behavior. To find methods to systematically help, support, and care for those who suffer and are hurt by racial insensitivity. While we prioritize the ministries of Emmaus Concord, led by the Reverend Dr. Shanitria Cuthbertson, Prince of Peace in Greensboro, led by Pastor Matt Kuhn, and Abiding Savior in Durham, led by Pastor Terrence Jacob. We also celebrate and encourage the ministry and gifts of Black, Indigenous, people of color congregations and communities in our Synod. The acronym AROC stands for All Races, One Church. It comes from the mission statement for the strategy team, where we proclaim, by grace, all of God's people will be at the final heavenly banquet. We will all be together, so we want to prepare for that now. In your swag bags, you have a rock with a cross on it, representing a rock. We invite you to pray for us, pray for our Synod, and to join us as we prepare for the heavenly feast, All Races, One Church. Thank you. And now, as we move to vitality, part of the purpose of the North Carolina Synod is to cultivate and celebrate vital congregations. That's you. You are vital, and your witness to gospel matters. As I say often, your labor in the Lord is not in vain. All of our congregations are invited to consider how you can live into this new season of ministry through the lens of vitality, cultivating relationship with God, each other, and the world. I welcome Pastor Danielle Denise, our DIM, to the stage to share about the vitality work in our Synod.
Thank you so much. It is good to be with you again this morning. I have gotten to share the mission congregations with you and talk about generosity, and the other part of my portfolio is vitality. Vitality is creating and cultivating relationship with God, each other, and the world, right? The work of disciple, the work of Jesus followers. Here in our Synod, our vitality work is taking on new life, especially as we continue to exist with the pandemic and find new ways of showing up in the world. At the table just to the side of the stage, there are flyers that share with you upcoming events in Vitality, asset mapping your community, congregational giving. Vitality is also giving witness and testimony to God's goodness in our midst. And so we have a new Synod evangelism team. Yes, I said evangelism. You're allowed to talk about Jesus, people. We're allowed to tell people that God is good in our midst. In August, we'll be hosting a conversation on digital evangelism with Ryan Panzer, an author of Grace and Gigabytes. We'll also be hosting a conversation on welcoming children into your worship space and into your church family. And then later in the fall, Pastor Jennifer Shimoda will be taking us to that blessing box, that classroom, right, Jennifer, to talk about what it means to offer hospitality well to our neighbors. And we'll all head to that rural church in Julian. Come on, Jennifer says. But as I've continued to talk around the state about vitality, people have said to me, Pastor Danielle, is there a way that we can get together with congregations of like size? Or are we the only one? I hear it all the time. Are we the only one struggling? Are we the only one trying to figure out how to fill out our council? Are we the only one who doesn't have ushers anymore, or acolytes, or crucifers? And you're not, by the way. But this year, Bishop Smith and I put our heads together and we applied for a vitality grant from the churchwide office in Christian community and leadership. And just this week, we found out that we received a $25,000 grant from the churchwide offices for the next 2 years. Yes, you can cheer about that. That's good news. But here's the thing, is in this year, that grant will cover a retreat for small member congregations. So those who have less than 50 people in worship, to gather together to say, how do we do family church really, really well? We will also this year have a retreat for those that I like to call the yo-yo congregations, that they're growing. Maybe we'll add some staff, and then something happens and they yo-yo back, and then they yo-yo this way. Usually those are around 125 to 175, 200 in worship. And then in the second year, we'll hit everybody else and have the opportunity to be together, both our corporate-sized churches and also our pastor-sized churches. So I'm thrilled. We've got leaders already set to lead those retreats. So if you're sick of my voice, it's okay, because I'm not going to be leading them. And you'll have other beautiful experts to come and to engage you in conversation about how do we make space for God in our midst. There is a sign-up sheet for the evangelism team, as well as a sign-up sheet that says, get me on the list for the vitality retreats. Go ahead and leave your name, and you will see more in our Synod e-news. The last thing that I want to say as I close my time is vitality is not manufactured by some program. Vitality springs out of hearts that spend time with Jesus. And so when congregations ask me, how can we grow? How can we change? What can this look like? And I say, how about we pray together? They look at me and say, there's no magic bullet in that. And yet, beloved of God, it is through the gift of prayer and saturating our mind in Scripture and spending time together, learning how to human and listen, and then being invited to love the world, that the vital witness of God is made manifest in your faith communities. Thank you for the gift of walking alongside you, and thank you for your ongoing witness to God's work in our world.
And Pastor Danielle, thank you for your ongoing witness as well. At this time, I call on the elections committee chairs for an election report.
Thank you, Vice President Hayward. The results for our first ballot for churchwide assembly are as follows. Rostered female may have attended elect 1. Total votes cast 360. Needed to elect 181. The Reverend Pam Northrup 104. Deacon Katie Rivers 151. The Reverend Cassie McIntosh Overcash 105.
I'm sorry, I need to look and see if someone was elected.
I'm sorry. We can share if you like.
I would like that. I declare a runoff between Deacon Katie Rivers and the Reverend Cassie McIntosh Overcash.
Thank you. Rostered male may have attended. Elect 1. Total votes cast 362. Needed to elect 182. Reverend Ethan Overcash 109. Reverend Jack Russell 206. The Reverend Ron Philibom 47.
I declare the Reverend Jack Russell elected. Thank you.
We were kind of liking this.
He wants me to gavel it.
There you go. Do you need to do the first one too?
We didn't have
Okay.
an election anyway. We didn't have an election, no reason to gavel it.
Lay female may have attended. Elect 2. Total votes cast 688. Needed to elect 173. Robin Huffman 137. Dr. Sylvia Black 252. Jill Nelson 112. Linda Warren 187.
I declare Dr. Sylvia Black and Linda Warren elected.
Lay male may have attended. Elect 3. Total votes cast 994. Needed to elect 167. Gregory Hudgens 198. Douglas Nelson 138. Mike Hicks 115. Raheem Brown 232. David Johnson 184. Brett Kosia 127.
I declare Greg Hudgens, Raheem Brown, and David Johnson elected.
Rostered female who has not attended before. Elect 1. Total votes cast 359. Needed to elect 181. The Reverend Karen Battle 105. Reverend Athena Thomason Bless 113. Reverend Emily Norris 141.
I declare a runoff between the Reverend Athena Thomason Bless and Reverend Emily Norris.
Rostered male who has not attended before. Elect 1. Total votes cast 359. Needed to elect 181. Reverend Ben Cray 113. Reverend James Dimmel 128. Reverend David Drysdale 118.
I declare a runoff between the Reverend James Dimmel and the Reverend David Drysdale.
Rostered minister who has not attended. Elect 1. Total votes cast 350. Needed to elect 176, excuse me. Reverend Germaine Santana 155. The Reverend Betsy Mitchell 195.
I declare the Reverend Betsy Mitchell elected.
Lay female who has not attended. Elect 2. Total votes cast 656. Needed to elect 165. Signe Offenberg 140. Elaine Gertz 149. Cinda Hardness Bollinger 110. Caroline Parrott 257.
I declare Caroline Parrott elected and a runoff between Signe Offenberg and Elaine Gerst.
Lay male who has not attended. Elect 1. Total votes cast 351. Needed to elect 177. Thomas Johnson 121. David Klutz 230.
I declare David Klutz elected.
That concludes our report, and we're ready for the next ballot.
Are you ready?
I think credentials does their thing first, right?
Yes. I welcome back Pastor Chris Brinkoff, Chair of Assembly Credentials and Enrollment.
Good morning. Not a pastor, but I support you all. Bishop Smith, Vice President Haywood, voting members, and guests. On behalf of the Credentials and Enrollment Committee, I would like to report that the total in attendance today, as of 8:45 a.m., registration closure is 444. This includes 405 voting members and 39 visitors and guests. The number of voting members needed for a quorum is 201. Thank you.
And as much as 433 are registered, then our business will continue. I call you back to the stage, back to the microphone for the elections.
Is this you?
And we know what time it is. It is ear time. This third ballot will be runoff elections. We'll begin walking around with QR codes and begin voting when Bishop Smith declares. If you have problems, please simply raise your hands and we will come to help you.
All right. Well, we're going to invite the seminarian Raheem Brown to the stage for prayer.
The Lord be with you.
Also with you.
Let us pray. Gracious and loving God, hear the words of your beloved as the Holy Spirit is active among us. We trust in the active work of the Holy Spirit in the midst of matters of life. Allow us to listen and slowly speak with the tongue of your righteous love, even when the mind and the heart may be conflicted. It is your Spirit that works in us, just like Christ showed us. May your grace be with us as we discuss the work of the church. In Jesus' name, amen.
All right. Remember, if we have issues with the internet, with the voting, look for the people with the animal ears. They will help you. They know what to do. So we will have 5 minutes. Voting is now open. It seems that we did not have as many QR cards, and some tables had to wait to get theirs from another table. And so you can use multiple ones. We've had a lot of people still raising their hands and saying, I didn't get one. Well, not every individual gets one. Every table gets one or two. Then you share them. We probably didn't make that clear. So I'm going to give you another 20, 30 seconds or so, unless I hear hollering. I think that we have, everybody is able to do that, yes, and so I'm going to declare the voting closed unless somebody waves their arms violently in the air. Yeah. Voting is now closed. The next portion of our time are actually some of my reflections. And complete disclosure, a number of the things that I wanted to really share with you all have to do with things that some other people are telling you more about. And so there we go. I wanted to show you our little COVID guide, just because I know you're tired of talking about COVID. I'm tired of talking about COVID. And if you're tired, like I am, of talking about COVID, how about getting a booster and encouraging everybody you know to do that? That's the best way for us to keep it at bay. We still pretty regularly, about every other month, have somebody in our office who has COVID. So it's not like it's gone, but we're learning to live there. We're also just immensely grateful to the Synod Council for the $750,000 that you heard about and that many of you received, even if it was something small in the way of technology. So coming out of pandemic reality, most, if not all of our congregations are experiencing some very different things. You already know this. On a national average across denominations, it's estimated that on-site worship is about 70% less than it was prior to the pandemic. And that's a really interesting thing because a number of people simply got comfortable worshiping online. And that's now their church. It's just like starting an extra service in person in your congregation and then having it for 3 years, and then 3 years later, if you stop that service, you took away their church, and they get mad and maybe even leave. So now their church is online, and so we're still realizing that we need to do all of this. But as Pastor Danielle alluded a while ago, one of the biggest voids that we're seeing now that many, and if not most things have picked up, is a void in leadership. That's why we wanted to go ahead, even though we are aware that we are seeing an ever so slight decline in mission support. While we have some resources, we felt like now is definitely the time to have someone on our staff tending to an area that prior to the pandemic, we had Tammy Jones-West, Deacon Tammy, working with leadership, but for rostered and lay, and now Pastor Alfredo is there. It seems like recruiting and equipping leaders is a huge deal. So we're very committed moving forward to our monthly meetings with council chairs, our quarterly meetings with council treasurers, helping congregations every way we can. And when we talk about leadership, yes, for rostered ministers, continuing ed and all of those sorts of things, but more and more ways that we can recruit and equip leaders among the laity in congregations. So you've met or talked to or seen a lot of these people. I'll go through it rather quickly. We have received some criticism, and frankly, I think that a lot of it is just grief, as Pastor Melody alluded to yesterday, because we miss Deacon Tammy. But a number of people have said, I can't believe the Synod has cut back on its children and youth hours. Actually, we have new people, but we have about 50% more hours that we have dedicated to youth and children's ministry because of how much youth ministry was decimated during the pandemic. And so we are growing that ministry with new people, and we think that we can really help you if you'll connect to the things that we are doing. You met Pastor Melody. In the middle was Pastor Sarah Yost, whom you did not meet because she's one of the Lutheridge program directors working with staff training right now and getting ready for their week of campers. And Pastor Matt Kenneth Kiesecker, he's also working with youth ministry for us part-time, and we're so very grateful for them. You met Pastor Alfredo yesterday, and he was installed. Let's see, did we get everybody? Yes. You will meet Michael Dixon in a little bit. I don't have my picture of Michael up there right now. I thought that I did, so my apologies, Michael, but he's following me, and so you get to see him in person rather than on a picture. Lexi Barnhill is somebody that you don't see up front, but Lexi is somebody who is an administrative assistant with an MDiv from Duke. So how many administrative assistants do you have with an MDiv and who also is available as a supply preacher and that sort of a thing? She is a former Episcopal camp director, and she is an event coordinator, because we were learning that so much of what our staff time was dedicated to was keeping track of registrations and payments and arrangements and all of that kind of a thing, and we needed to be in a different sort of a mode, and so Lexi is the person you'll talk to about that. You met Pastors Ray and Ruth Ann Sipe, who were up on the stage yesterday, so we'll move on. But another that a lot of you don't know, even some of the Synod Council may not completely know, that we have an intern working with us who's here at this assembly, and a rather unique intern who, along with Augsburg Lutheran Church in Winston-Salem, who is her main internship site, is working with the Synod. Well, why would you work with the Synod on internship? She's a joint Master of Divinity and Law degree, and she just graduated last month with both of those, so you don't hear of that very often. There are actually people in the universe who want to be a church attorney, adjudicatory body attorney. And apparently Hannah is one of those who is not only quite capable, but willing and somewhat feels called to that. So hope you get a chance to meet Hannah at some time. I also want to have the Synod office and bishop staff and everybody, if you're in this room, would you stand up? Some of them are not here because they're running around doing things. I want to tell you the things that I do. And if I do anything, if I mess up, it's me. That's how this works. But if things are good, truly, it really is them. I couldn't do my job at all. There's only one office described in the Constitution. It's the office of the bishop, and they are the office of the bishop. Stand up, because we want to say thank you. Yes. And again, a lot of them are not in the room because they're running around doing all the things that need to happen for this assembly. I also, if Wendy Smith is in the room, since 8 years ago, I did not introduce her when I got elected. Every year I have to introduce her. Is Wendy Smith in the room? Where's Wendy? Oh, in the very, very back. Yeah. She keeps me as honest as anyone can, which is not completely, but she's certainly my rock relationally, and we're grateful for what she does that allows me to do the things that I do. The other thing that I want to say is we have, for the first time in several years, a very big transition. You've already seen the ballot for Synod Council. This Synod Council has done incredibly hard work together. And I think really bonded in the way that folks do sometimes because you're dealing with difficult things. But just some extremely difficult sort of discipline processes and cases that we've struggled with together through this, or that I have poured out my heart and soul to. Also the racial justice and reconciliation hard work that we've done. In a polarized culture in church, some of the disaffiliation and Synod administration things that have happened in the recent years, as well as a pandemic and trying to pivot just like you are, and just like you were. And so this group of folks stands the chance of having more than a 50% change rate come the end of July. So I sincerely and from my heart want to say, I know that we've had marvelous people before, but this group that we've worked with is just solid and committed and gives an immense amount of time. If you're on the Synod Council, would you stand up? I need to say thank you. Now, the next thing we were going to do right here, and we were so excited, and speaking of Wendy, she wrapped up this wonderful present over here that is from the 2021 assembly, the artwork that Michelle Walker did, very similar to this, and our longtime Synod secretary, Doug Ramsey, who got a new job at the end of the year with Farm Bureau that precluded his being the secretary of the Synod Council, so he resigned. He started in 2016, served all the 6.5 years. He was supposed to come, and he was excited to come. I had talked to him. He was going to receive that painting, and I got a text from him this morning that said, "Ooh, I got a stomach bug. You do not want me there." And so I hope you're watching, Doug, and I'm going to maybe send this home to Taylorsville, either with your pastor or somebody else from Taylorsville, so that you can get that. But let's assume he's watching, and we want to say thank you, Doug Ramsey, for 6.5 years as our secretary. In the meantime, and you know that we have just elected a new North Carolina Synod secretary, we've appointed an interim who has very faithfully been working. And so ever since December or early January, Mr. Dave Phillips, who's sitting right over here and diligently taking minutes and will still be the Synod secretary until the end of July, when the new people begin. Dave, thank you for stepping up. We appreciate you. Stand up, sir. Pastor CC Mills will be sharing with you about call process, but I don't think Pastor CC's going to focus on what I want to tell you about call process changes. I think we were doing call process well before, but things changed again a lot during the pandemic. And there for a while, very little was happening in the call process at all. There just weren't people having their paperwork in, and congregations were just kind of hunkering down and trying to get through. And in a normal year, we would bring to completion, that is, a new pastor or deacon in process there, we would bring to completion maybe 8 or 9, sometimes 12, and one year I think we even had 15 call processes that we brought to completion. In the pandemic, it slowed down. In 2022, Pastor C.C. Mills stepped into the call process, replacing a full-time call process coordinator, Sandra Klein, who did good work, right when the mobility was seriously picking back up. But here's the deal. Pastor C.C. was half-time and is half-time with call process instead of full-time. And in 2022, we brought to completion 24 call processes in the North Carolina Synod, 9 more than had ever been done since I've been bishop in 1 year, and twice the average. This year, 2023, we have already completed a dozen call processes, and next week it'll be 13, I believe, as of the end of May, beginning of June. And so we'll look forward to Pastor Cece talking about some of the different logistical realities. I'm telling you this because you know how it goes. Oh, yeah, we've done a call process before. I know what a call process is. I chaired our committee 37 years ago. It's not the same. So let's just be clear about that. So this is something I saw on a recent social media post from a former North Carolina Synod pastor, who I think is a really wonderful person. Said, did you know that there are 8,781 ELCA Lutheran congregations and only 5,281 pastors serving a call? We need more pastors. And see, this is a perfect example of how you can do interesting things with statistics, because those first two things are correct. But those other, I can't do the math in my head, but 3,500 congregations, they can't afford a pastor. And they won't share with somebody for the most part. And so it's a dilemma. I mean, I honestly have had two congregations this year tell me what they really, really wanted from the Synod. And they wanted a married, straight, white male pastor with a van and a golden retriever and a wife and two children. And they wanted to pay that pastor $15,000 a year with no benefits because his wife would have benefits. That's what they wanted, and they couldn't understand why that seemed like it was difficult maybe for us. And one of them even said, seems to me the Synod has an upper level management problem then. Okay, touche, I'll take it. But see, you know, it does not really work that way. We need different kinds of pastors. We need bivocational pastors. We need yoking. We need folks willing to work in multi-point settings. But we also need congregations willing to work in multi-point settings. And I just discovered something. I've been studying it for 8 years now. It is possible that Jesus can show up besides 11 o'clock on Sunday morning. It can happen. It can happen. Which means you can change your worship time even when Grandma so-and-so stands up and says, well, you all go ahead, but of course I won't be there. And then the whole congregation to support Grandma so-and-so says, oh, well, we can't do that. Then Grandma so-and-so has helped determine your future for you. It's more complicated. I'll just go ahead and say, too, we need not only congregations willing to share, but we need congregations willing to call the pastors that we have who are thoroughly vetted and good, faithful people in a very rigorous seminary process and candidacy process. It truly, truly is. But maybe they're not the right color or the right gender orientation or the right gender or the right... and so we have pages of pastors who would love to have a call, but your congregation doesn't want them. And so we just have to keep this, along with the financial piece of this, in tension. By the way, I do need to say, as Lutherans, we ought to be the ones who understand, because we rather invented the whole priesthood of believers thing, that when you tell me that your pastor ought to be in this not for the money, but because they love Jesus, if you're a construction worker, you should be doing your job for the same reason. Because that is the way that it goes in our theology. And so we all need to adapt to a world that is changing, but we have good people if you will have them. I'm just telling you that. Let's see here. Yeah, this is an unhappy chart. But the issue with congregational membership and decline, that was happening before the pandemic. Not everywhere. We have congregations that are growing. We have mission congregations that are exploding. But fewer and fewer of our pastors can afford a full-time pastor with benefits. And so that becomes quite a challenge. And in that decline, we are trying to, like Pastor Danielle said, figure out ways that you can, if you're a smaller congregation, just adapt to a new reality. There is no shame in having fewer people. In fact, the people that you do have are your people who are really committed and ready for something to happen. We believe, you know what I read for the gospel last night? Part of the reason I read that whole thing is because when Jesus has that exchange with Peter, whom he eventually calls, right after he calls him the rock, he calls him Satan, right? Also, it's kind of funny because, Peter is the one who sank, and I always think it's a little bit of Jesus humor when he calls him the rock. Hey, rock man, I don't know if that's an accurate biblical interpretation or not, but I always have been a bit amused at that. But what Jesus promises is that you're the rock, and on this rock I'm going to build my church. And by the way, you don't have a church. You belong to a church that belongs to Jesus. On this rock I will build my church, and the gates of Hades will not prevail against it. And so it would stand to reason, I believe, that neither will a pandemic or not being able to get enough people on the council roster, that if we can get focused again in who we are as the people of God in Christ, small, large, growing, declining, or otherwise, and even if we decide that we're going to close in 6 years, what a glorious 6 years we will make it, so that we can be the people that God is calling us to be in the meantime. Reminds me of my mom when she was dying, and she said, quit talking about and walking on eggshells, you and your sisters. She said, I'm dying, okay, but I'm not dead yet. The whole thing is the whole purpose of my life isn't to die. I mean, that's going to take care of itself. God will take care of that. The whole purpose is between now and then. I mean, I've got an expiration date, you've got an expiration date, so does your congregation. Not right now, not on our watch as much as we can help it, but we're going to do what we can together. We want to help you with that. You've heard all, I'm not going to spend much time on advanced lay ministries, but I want to tell you that we are so very grateful that that is a reality, because we use almost all of our lay preachers every week for congregations. One of the realities is we don't have as many clergy who are willing to be supplies as often as they once did. And in fact, part of the reason for that, frankly, is that a generation ago, clergy had never made enough money, and they had to work till they were 85 in order to make ends meet. And now many of them don't, because of guidelines and compensation and so forth. And they have grandchildren, and I can speak firsthand that that's like a deal. And people want to do that. And so we got a lot of faithful clergy, but we also have a lot of faithful lay people who can help you all. Just wanted to give a shout out to our audacious goal. I'm assuming that a total will be announced that from our offering, but I don't know it yet because I haven't heard what the total from the offering is. So I will leave that to somebody else for the youth gathering. And wanted to get a little philosophical, maybe theological here. Thomas Edison said genius is 100%, is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. And I think that a lot of times I experience that to be true. But I have to tell you that that 1% is critical and primary. When I was a campus minister at App State, when I was at Grace in Boone, for almost 17 years, over and over again, we would try to pivot and adapt to a new group of people. Ooh, we have cable TV and they don't on campus, so let's get cable TV and they'll come to our church. And some of them did. Ooh, we have internet before the university did. We did. They came to our church. Ooh, we have washers and dryers that they can use for free. All of those are wonderful things that draw people in, but they're not the kind of sustainable thing. And over again, what we would come back to when we could say, well, look, they've got all these other clubs and sororities and fraternities and all of these activities that they can do. And many of those things can give them all sorts of things better than we can. What can we give them? Spiritual nurture, word and sacrament, identity in Christ, freedom of the gospel, vocational nurture and direction in the context of being a beloved and precious child of God. Every time the church has struggled down through the ages, and it's often been the strongest when it was smaller and when it was remnant. In fact, I think in the whole story of Gideon, God rather tries to prove that by saying to Gideon, that's way too many soldiers, for the Midianites. And Gideon's like, well, they've got way more than we do already. Nope. Send this group away. Nope, send this group away. And finally, when it's small enough, so I'm not so sure that the pruning isn't something that maybe God's up to a new way of being. The other thing I think that I have been, and I think that we have been, and will continue to be in a synod level of the expression of the church, is we have been fonts of information. We're kind of bought into the whole cultural reality that the information is the way to the future. Knowledge is the way to the future. There's an interesting Bible story right at the beginning about that. There was a tree in the garden that was knowledge of all good and evil. That sort of says that if you know everything and if you can just have all the information, then not only is it going to go better for you, but you're actually going to be like God. Problem is that was the serpent who was lying about that. This tree isn't going to do that for you. So knowledge is wonderful, beautiful. Let's pursue it and celebrate it. But we are called to be spiritual nurturers and inspirers of folks, to touch a place of people's lives that are not touched anywhere else in the love of Christ, the forgiveness of God in Christ. The work is inspiration. It literally means, really in both Greek, but especially in Hebrew, it means to blow into or breathe into, inspire. The same word for wind, breath, spirit. So again, we are first and foremost a church that is spiritual nurture, and that has to be the hub of our wheel. The reformers in the 16th century were all back to the source, ad fontes, back to the scriptures, back to our confessions. This is why we're a confessional church, because this is what we believe at the core when all the other stuff is uncertain and frightening. So we will keep the information coming. But at our core, I believe we are in the inspiration business, which God provides abundantly. Not manipulatively, mind you, but sincerely and abundantly that grows out of our scriptures. We are recipients of God's grace and spirit, and then we are vessels. Jody Slattery is going to talk to you a little bit about the little bit we already know about our commission for a renewed Lutheran church. But my personal hope, and I think the hope of many of us, is that we can keep the main thing, that the gospel will be our treasure. That is the core piece, that is the hub of the wheel, which is the only way that any of the other stuff that can be God's tool and useful reality for mission in the world, but it can also be hindrance of institution and preservation of institution. And that only happens with inspiration. All the other stuff matters, including structure, but let's not confuse the essential with the merely important. Do you do that in your church? You confuse sometimes the essential with the merely important? On Christ, the solid rock, we stand. All other ground is sinking sand. I like that. Would you write that down, Phil? I just came up with that. All right, let me just say a bit. You'll probably think I'm just way stuck on it, but I just know how people make stuff up. And so I am currently on hormone therapy. I have a new empathy for hot flashes and had one during my sermon last night. It was like, whoa, it's like I'm burning up. But anyway, maybe it was the black robe I wore. But I've had a lot of questions about the black robe, by the way. And let me just say, back when, well, I won't say when it started, but when a lot of us white folks started to pay attention about what was happening with young black men being shot and so on and so forth, and we started really talking about these realities. I was having a conversation with an AME Zion colleague of mine next door at Hood Theological Seminary, and we were talking about even, somehow it morphed into what we wear in worship. And we talked about white, and white being, even biblically, you shall be as white as snow, or, who is this strong robed in white, which is like the fulfillment, which is like, the baptismal garment, the pall, and the alb in the liturgical renewal movement, with alb in Latin, alb, white, like albino. That's why we call it an alb. White does not mean purity to everybody. White does not mean the good guys to everybody. That has not been their experience. And I'm not telling you not to wear, I'm not telling you don't wear white, don't wear an alb. I will probably wear an alb again in different contexts, but in this particular role that I have, and because in that conversation with Dr. Lattimore, I said, well, all I have right now is an alb. A couple days later, this really from an African-American clergy catalog preaching gown. It wasn't an academic robe, it didn't have any stripes on it, but it's a preaching gown. And I just thought, not to mention the fact that in my color wheel, white just washes me out completely. Forget about that. But that's, so I'm not trying to don't make it a bigger statement than it is, but I also wanted to say that our traditions, our symbols, we need to think about those, and not just through the lens of, Northwestern European white people and what those symbols mean, but what they mean for the rest of the world. That's really what that's about. So I've been taking hormone therapy. Monday, I have my first brachytherapy treatment. So I've been singing achy, breaky, all this. So on June 20th, I have another one. And then I just found out, since I even made this slide, that my radiation consult and everything then for the regular radiation begins July 12th. And so, and the week before that, I'm going to Puerto Rico with the Region 9 bishops. So, like Mama said, I ain't dead yet. So I'm gonna keep going. I immensely appreciate your prayers. And lastly, Michael's just salivating back there because you're going to gain 8 minutes. But we have the video and everything that we're going to show you. One of the things, other than how do we get the youth in church, that's the biggest question I have in congregations. But the next biggest one is, how come we never know any of this stuff that's going on? Well, if you go to nclutheran.org and scroll to the bottom, you will see this little thing that says sign up for our newsletters, and you can get just the children, family, and youth one, the Genesis Generations Bible reading, the leader e-news, the special e-news is from the bishop, like deaths and ordinations and all that kind of thing, or the Synod e-news that announces programs that are for everybody. We can't put you on there. You have to opt in. And so we encourage you, please, nclutheran.org, scroll down, sign up for the communications that we have, or get a designated person in your congregation to do so, and then have them share it in your congregational communications so that your congregation is connected with what's going on. We don't have a synod without you. You are the foundational building block. We want to be here for you. You are the synod, not me. I'm just one of us, and so that's what we want to encourage you. And Catherine didn't even pay me to say that, so yet. I think we have a video, right, Michael? on the Bishop's Challenge. I was going to talk about it, but I think the video helps us more, and then Michael Dixon may talk about it a little bit after the video. So let's see the Bishop's Challenge video.
And I was living in that parsonage at the time, but I knew that in the next few months, that space would be vacant. And I knew LSC was looking for space. And I knew that part of God's mission is that people have homes and that refugees are cared for.
For me, this was a perfect opportunity to exercise being a good neighbor. They're literally our neighbor right next door, but also to reach out and be part of their lives. And the first time I ever took the family over to the food pantry, I was invited into their home and sat and had tea with the family. And 30 minutes later, I knew that I had new friends.
We had no choice, or to stay and maybe die, or suffer in some other way. There are bad ways which suffered men, women, and even kids and even infants. So I didn't want my family to suffer, to lose my kids, to lose my husband.
I mean, an absolute core premise or tenet of the Old Testament is hospitality. It was a cultural reality that you welcomed people and provided for their basic needs. It was not only kindness and courtesy, it was survival.
We are looking just for safe place for us, for our families, for our kids, and at least for some time, some kind of normal life. Because there is no normal life now in Ukraine.
We're a religion of strangers and those in need, and this is like to the core of it, because these people basically left everything they had.
They fled their country to save their lives, and they left with little more than the clothes and what they could stuff into a few bags.
It's not so easy when you are like, you don't know actually the rules of that country. You don't know even the people, and you're new here, so it's a very hard decision for us.
Welcoming the stranger? I mean, if we can't do that, why does the church exist?
Lutheran Immigration and Refugee Services in America is the third largest settler of refugees, and we're Lutherans and part of that.
We are like not refugees by our own will. So we were like forced to do this, to leave our country. Because when you're coming just with 2 kids and 3 big suitcases in which you packed all your life, so any support would be great.
When the war broke out in Ukraine, we had such a sense of sadness, and you feel so powerless. You think, oh, human beings are doing this to each other again. And then we saw the notice in the church bulletin.
One of the agencies in Greensboro basically approached our church and said, we have a family coming. This is Friday. We have a family coming on Monday. Would you be interested in sponsoring a family?
I don't feel like I'm doing that much work. You know, I made my home available, and I got this wonderful family, and it's been a joy. You know, it's not a burden. You know, it's really a banquet.
Abraham and Sarah, our roots, our ancestors, they're minding their own business in their tent one day, and 3 strangers come by, and they happen to be the presence of God with a message for them. And all the Abrahamic faiths owe our roots to that story. And there were strangers, aliens, coming by, and they offered them what? Hospitality. Welcome and hospitality. And in that moment and that gesture of sharing love with a stranger who was wandering by, God showed up.
sometimes folks are hesitant to get involved because it is a pretty large commitment.
Everything doesn't go smoothly in these things. I mean, there are challenges, and we've had our challenges in this.
Yes, it would be hard, but if you see this power in yourself, inside you, it will save somebody's life.
It is a bishop's challenge. Certainly it's a challenge for the people who have been displaced.
There were challenges. There will always be challenges, but I think anything worth doing is going to push us out of our comfort zone and be, something we learn from.
We picked them up, brought them home, and Maria, 5 years old, with her little pink backpack and her heavy coat in February, just standing there in a safe place.
To me, that's what faith is. It's just doing things and exhibiting your love and your care.
We are in a safe place, and government help us, people help us, communities help us.
To give us a sense of synod together, that we can together, we all want to do this, and we don't really argue about it. We just say that this is what God's calling us to do.
You really get a sense of how God works in community and how God uses all the different talents and abilities.
My parents were part of the group that wanted to participate. I mean, they didn't have to, but they chose to. So they modeled living out that baptismal covenant.
Both Irina and Ivan have done, while they've been here, they took us individually and they said, you're not host family, you're family. And we are.
Stand with Ukraine, as we say. Stand with Ukraine.
Слава Україні!
Thanks to Jason Chestnut and Sarah Keene and Inco's Films and the Immigration Refugee Ministry team and all the people who were featured in that video as well, and the comms team, everyone who put that together. And for all the churches across the Synod and across the church in the U.S. and globally who is part of this, the churches who are part of this refugee effort, churches who are fleeing danger, churches who are receiving those from danger, we're all in this together. So hand for them too. And for y'all. Really quick. Okay, here's the timer. All right, we're going to try to respect everyone's time. Keep it to 5 minutes. We are the body of Christ. The body of Christ is flesh and blood. Flesh and blood can be threatened by violence, whether it's a corrupt government, whether it's a foreign invasion force bombing Ukraine, whether it's police violence in Mexico or the U.S. Flesh and blood can also feel all sorts of weird ways about things with emotions, and it can also get sore. So I'd ask you now, as I talk at you for 5 minutes, for 4 minutes, to take a 4-minute stretch break. You can stand up if you like, or in your seat. Pay attention to your body. Like, is anything like sore? Check in with your limbs. How are you feeling? Foot. How are you breathing? Stop and breathe for a second. I don't have time to breathe, but you should breathe while I am talking at you. Yes, I am Michael Dixon. We can go to the next slide. I have a very couple things to throw at you, introduce to you who I am, what this is, and to tell you what we're already doing together, what the body of Christ is doing together, and to invite y'all into that, to become aware of it, and to offer to walk alongside y'all in other things that you would like to walk into as well. So social justice, my title is Coordinator for Social Justice and Advocacy Ministries, which is a halftime role. But I am at these, 3 minutes, yikes. So basically, my job, I am happy to be a theological resource, a dialogue partner. I can connect you to resources for congregations and individuals, whatever sort of thing you're wanting to do. I also try to connect and equip people across the Synod. So if you have a couple people across the Synod who are like, one person in Wilmington, one person in Boone who's really passionate about this issue, and they're like, we should do this. And I'm like, good, you are the Synod. We are on the road together. You are the body. How can I equip you to do that? I can be your cheerleader. I am also helping to, like, there's various things that were already going on that are like various ministry teams. And so rebuilding those, building and supporting those. We have the Indigenous Learning Team, the Immigration and Refugee Ministry Team. We're rebuilding, we're trying to relaunch the Racial Justice Network. We have several other, if you have this form, if you have your folder, you can just sort of dump it all out and then find this in there. I'm not going to read the form to you, but it is here. And there are these teams, and then also outside of those teams, it would be great to build more teams. We could build a team around political advocacy. We could build a team around LGBTQ solidarity. You know, all sorts of options. That's a fun echo. 1 minute, 53 seconds. Next slide. To the Bishop's Challenge. 56 congregations in the North Carolina Synod have told the Office of the Bishop about what y'all are doing as part of this work together, as part of Christ encountering Christ, Christ being Christ. If I had more time, but we only have a minute and a half, I would love to talk to you about climate refugees coming from Central America. I'd love to talk to you about Venezuelan refugee I met just on Thursday, and many more. The other week I was in El Paso. And I'd love to talk to you about Ukraine, about Afghanistan, about Afghan refugees right now. Their political status is in danger of like not being renewed, all these different things. And basically, but the good news is we are all in this together, already doing this work, and there's so many more opportunities. Things to do is go check this list over there and see if we know about what your congregation is doing. Tell us about it so we can celebrate and learn more about what we are learning and how we are being enriched by accompanying our immigrant neighbor. 45 seconds. And also, we have, due to like generosity of churchwide and people here in this synod, we have a lot of money to support congregations. Even if you're a small congregation, if you don't have any resources, there are opportunities to partner, there are opportunities for funding. We had $500 grants, but now, because of how much money we've gotten for that, we are increasing that to $1,000 mini grants to any congregation that wants support in doing this work. Go apply, turn in a little form over there, and you get it. And next slide. I didn't realize that would cut off. All right, so this is going to be, I'm going to have to just take 3 seconds for this. Race equity, we are going through a very intentional process at the Office of the Bishop. We're very committed to trying to become a greater representation of the beloved community of God, becoming we're working with this company, Building Blocks for Change, going through this very intentional process of like examining ourselves, evaluating ourselves in terms of racial equity and justice and diversity, and what we can do. And I would love if I had more time to talk to you about the personal process, what that is like for us as people, because it's all about relationships. AME pastor and community organizer Jen Bailey says, change happens at the speed of relationship, and relationship happens at the speed of trust. We would love to come alongside you and to show you more of these resources, invite you to do this sort of stuff too. Next slide. Second to last slide. Last slide doesn't really have anything. Racial Justice Network, you have, there's also a Bishop's Challenge thing. I did not read it to you, but please read that and go over there. And this form here, Racial Justice Network, we have this Mighty Networks platform. Funding goes to support AROC, Congregations of Color, and programming like Pastor Wheeler, who retired ELCA pastor, wrote a book sharing about his experience as a black pastor in a majority white denomination, and it's really sharing his own personal story and his sort of plea and invitation to the church. And we invite you to be there at St. Paul's in Durham next Saturday. Books will be for sale. Any other questions, let me know. And we want to equip more leaders to help lead the Racial Justice Network. All right, oh man, a minute and a half over. All right, final slide. There's no words there. Well, you can just read those words. Thank you.
as a synod, we are so thankful for the work of social ministry and social and advocacy ministries, and for Michael Dixon, our SJM coordinator. I promise you that you can get in touch with him. He will have that same excitement, but he won't have to talk as fast. Now, let's see the first place Engage the Bible TikTok video from St. John's, Salisbury. Great, that's great. Well, it's time for a break. There's hot coffee and tea, I think, in both areas to my right and to my left in the lobby, as well as snacks. We will gather back here in 15 minutes, and therefore it will be 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program will resume momentarily. Please take your seats.
Right.
Harrison
All right.
Parrott, can you
Here
come
we
up
go.
here?
Please have a seat so we can try our best to stay on schedule.
Harrison Parrott. Oh, yeah, come here.
You can make this announcement first while they're getting my slide up.
Yeah. I also, since we have everyone's attention, want to let you know about a little bit of the scheduling. Because we have some things like what we're getting ready to do and the recognition of years of service, we'll give ministers their certificates and everything. We have guests who are arriving all morning at set times for which they were invited. And because we got behind yesterday, we've rearranged some of the schedule. And for that reason, the Referencing Council report with the resolution that is still before us, will be before us, is going to be after lunch. So that's why that has been moved. One of the privileges of our assembly is to welcome new congregations, and this doesn't happen just real often. Go ahead, you're going to do the youth gathering
first.
Youth gathering first.
All right, I'm sorry to take. I am excited. You got to meet the amazing youth gathering team last night. And I am so grateful to get to be the staff liaison to that team. And we wanted to share some updates on our finances and the money that we received yesterday. And so I decided to bring up one of the youth that got to go with me to a youth gathering that was not this tall when I took him to Detroit. I used to feel like I was in charge. I don't anymore. But I am so grateful for Harrison and others like it. Harrison had the gift, this is the golden, to get to go to 2 youth gatherings. And so that's a gift. So we want to tell you the offering amount from last night. So I'm going to have Becca tell you the offering amount, and then Harrison's going to reveal our total so far.
All right, friends, I need you to do like a drum roll on your table or your laps if you'd like. Last night's offering was $19,167.
And our grand total is a total of $130,247.
Which means that just last night, you sent 51 Harrisons to the youth gathering. And Harrison, you want to tell them how many young people are able to go so far because of what we've raised?
So we have raised enough for 347 youth to go. So that's awesome, awesome.
And we just want to continue to encourage you. We'll keep our PayPal and all those things open to get us to 200,000. And I want to remind you that it's not just a dollar, it's a face. And a face that's going to grow up. And we want them to grow up with that experience of having to be at the youth gathering and celebrate all that God is doing in our world. Thank you.
Yay. Okay, now, one of the privileges of our assembly is to welcome new congregations. And this afternoon, we are privileged to welcome Christ's beloved community. Comunidad Amada de Cristo has made application for membership as a congregation in the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America. So a note, we have leaders from CBC joining us. So we will be doing this part of our assembly bilingually. Thank you, Pastor Alfredo, for translating.
Comunidad Amada de Cristo, por favor, ¿quieren venir aquí al frente y juntarse con nosotros? Por favor, todos. Gracias.
Gracias. All right.
Santo, Santo, mi corazón te adora, mi corazón te sabe decir, tanto eres.
Hey, Ernest, thanks, man, for being here. I thought you were on vacation.
Santo, 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 mi corazón te adora, mi corazón te sabe decir, santo eres. Maybe one more. Santo, 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 mi corazón te adora, mi corazón te sabe decir, santo eres. All right.
In 2017, Christ's beloved community started as a mission start of the ELCA and the Episcopal Church, the North Carolina Synod, and the North Carolina Diocese.
En 2017, la Comunidad Amada de Cristo empezó su misión en la Iglesia Evangélica Luterana de América y la Iglesia Episcopal y el Sínodo de Carolina del Norte y la Diócesis de Carolina del Norte.
This community believes in sharing God's radical love with their neighbors.
Esta comunidad cree en compartiendo el amor radical de Dios con sus vecinos.
In 2019, they began the beloved community food pantry that served over 400 families just last month.
En 2019 empezaron un banco de comida para la comunidad que sirve 400 familias apenas el mes pasado.
In 2020, the Episcopal Diocese received Christ's beloved into their convention as a congregation, and we are gathered today to vote, because you all are who makes that possible, to receive them into our assembly and onto our official ELCA roster of congregations.
En 2020, la diócesis episcopal recibió esta comunidad amada de Cristo en su convención y estamos reunidos ahora para votar y recibirles a ellos en nuestra asamblea y oficialmente en la lista de congregaciones de la Iglesia Evangélica Luterana de América.
Our director for Evangelical Mission, Danielle Denise, and her counterpart in the Episcopal Church, Canon Ernest Graham, there's Ernest, have been working so hard, and they continue to accompany this new start and walked with them to this point of organizing.
Nuestro director de Misión Evangélica, Daniel Denise, y su persona que hace el mismo trabajo en la Iglesia Episcopal, el canon Ernest Graham, están esta mañana para acompañarnos en este momento para organizar.
Just yesterday morning, the North Carolina Synod Council voted to receive Christ's beloved community as a congregation of the Synod and of the ELCA, pending final approval of organizing documents by the Diocesan Council and our Synod Council.
Apenas esta mañana el Concilio del Sínodo de Norte Carolina votó para recibir a la comunidad amada de Cristo como una congregación del Sínodo y de la Iglesia Evangélica Luterana de América, dejando pendiente la aprobación de los documentos oficiales del Concilio Diocesano y nuestro concilio en el Sínodo.
I now call on Synod Council member and Secretary-elect, the Reverend Cassie Overcash, who also serves as a dean to the CBC's conference, to make a motion to receive Christ's beloved community as a congregation in the North Carolina Synod of the ELCA. Pastor Cassie.
Quiero llamar al miembro del concilio del Sínodo, Cassie Overcash, que también sirve como el decano en la conferencia, para hacer una moción de recibir a la comunidad amada de Cristo como una congregación en el Sínodo de Norte Carolina de la ELCA.
Hello, I'm Pastor Cassie Overcash, and I'm a pastor at Grace Lutheran in Thomasville, North Carolina, and a member of the Synod Council. On behalf of the Synod Council, it is my honor to move this resolution.
Hola, soy el pastor Cassie Overcash, pastor de la iglesia Grace en Thomasville y un miembro del concilio del Sínodo. En su nombre, en nombre del concilio del Sínodo, es mi honor presentar esta resolución.
Be it resolved that the North Carolina Synod receive through acclamation Christ's beloved community as a congregation of the North Carolina Synod.
Se ha resuelto que el Sínodo de Carolina del Norte reciba por aclamación a la comunidad amada de Cristo como una congregación del Sínodo de Carolina del Norte,
pending approval by the North Carolina Synod Council and the Diocesan Council of final organizing paperwork, and be it further
pendiente la aprobación del Sínodo, del Concilio del Sínodo y el Concilio Diocesano de la documentación oficial para documentar esta organización. Por lo tanto, sea también resuelto,
resolved, that Christ's beloved community join the Yadkin Conference of the North Carolina Synod, and be it finally resolved,
resuelto de la comunidad amada de Cristo, se reúna, sea parte de la conferencia de Yadkin del Sínodo de Carolina del Norte, y también sea resuelto
that the North Carolina Bishop promptly report reception of Christ's beloved community into the North Carolina Synod to the ELCA Secretary for addition into the ELCA roster of congregations.
Se ha resuelto que el obispo de Carolina del Norte prontamente reporte la recepción de la comunidad amada de Cristo en el Sínodo de Carolina del Norte y se reporte al secretario de la Iglesia Evangélica Luterana de América para que se incluya en la lista de congregaciones de la Iglesia Evangélica Luterana de América.
We have the motion. It does not require a second as it comes from a committee. All in favor, please stand up and applaud. Bienvenido. That is what I call acclamation. The motion is carried.
At this time, we want to ask Father Javier to just share a word of thanks for this community. And I just want to say, I've had the gift of walking alongside this community for over 5 years, along with Canon Ernest. And what you just experienced bilingually is what they do every Sunday. that there's space for English and Spanish. And if you want to eat good food, right? Comida? Sí, buenas. You got to come to Christ Beloved. And so please, again, welcome Father Javier.
Muchas gracias. Thank you. I'm Father Javier Arias. I am the rector of Christ Beloved Community. I'm blessed to be here. Thank you for your great support. Thank you for your constant prayers. Thank you, Bishop Tim and Pastor Daniel, Canon Ernest, and all people who support us. And I'm praying for this young and new community. I always cry sorry about that. And we are planting a beautiful, beautiful bilingual, multicultural, and bi-denominational community. So we are blessed to be part of this synod, and we hope to grow in faith and in numbers. Thank you so much.
I believe next on our agenda, we have the celebration of years of service. Am I correct? Yes, all right. So I'm going to step down the stage. And as I step down in front of the stage, I will be handing certificates to the some of the folks that hit the like 25 and 35 and 50 and so on. But they'll be calling out other names. So some of the assistants to the bishop, Phil and Sarah, will be reading the script while Diana and I hand out certificates.
One of the things I look forward most at each of our assemblies is the opportunity to recognize folks for significant milestones in ministry, both rostered ministers and congregations. As Bishop Tim explained, we're going to do it a little differently this year. Pastor Sarah and I will be reading the names, and Bishop Tim and Vice President Haywood will be handing out their certificates down on the floor level. So as I call your name, invite you for this section to come forward and to receive your certificate. These are folks celebrating 25 years in the gospel ministry. The Reverend Charlene Lamena, the Reverend Jean Horman, the Reverend Jill King, the Reverend Laura Wind,
Jill's coming,
the Reverend Lawrence Holmes, the Reverend Lisa Anderson, the Reverend Michael Riley, and the Reverend Thomas Lineberger Jr.
Tommy, we got to get a picture. You know, you can't go away until we just kind of all grab some time here together. Can you all, Lisa, look this way? Look this way. We're going to get a picture. 25 years. Or, if you do the math, 100 years, right? So, yeah. Thank you so very much. We appreciate you, and thank you for your good ministry. Thank you. Thank you, Jill. Thanks, Tommy.
These folks are celebrating 35 years of gospel ministry. The Reverend David Eck, the Reverend James Lockley, the Reverend Kenneth Lane, the Reverend Mary Caniff Kuhn, the Reverend Tim Caniff Kuhn.
We also are mailing the certificates to the ones who couldn't be with us today. Thank you, Kenneth.
Celebrating 50 years of gospel ministry, the Reverend Gene Bost, the Reverend Michael Fry, the Reverend Ronald Fink, the Reverend Royal Yunt Jr., the Reverend Woodrow Frick.
I think I saw Royal making his way up here. There he is. Yes.
All right, Royal.
Congratulations and thank you, Royal. Let's get a picture. Another 100 years. Yeah. Yeah. That's amazing.
We would also like to recognize colleagues who have served between 50 and 59 years in gospel ministry. We ask if you're here that you'll just stand in place so that we can recognize you. 51 years, the Reverend Richard Lisher, the Reverend Jim Shimoda, Reverend Dr. Leonard Bolick, the Reverend Bill Mims, the Reverend Paul Cooper, the Reverend Ron Wren, and the Reverend Michael Megahan. Thank you for your service.
"52 years of gospel ministry, the Reverend Peter Hoyer, the Reverend William Jeffcoat, the Reverend Bob Young, the Reverend Dr. Marcus Miller, the Reverend Richard Hanchin, and the Reverend David Kildee. Please stand if you're here.
Celebrating 53 years, the Reverend Jeffrey Hoy, the Reverend Paul Knupp, the Reverend Dick Little, the Reverend John Boyd, the Reverend Raymond Holyfield, the Reverend David Hinkleman, the Reverend Carl Sockleben, the Reverend David Franzine. If you are here, please stand.
There's Dick.
I know, I see.
And David Francine is meeting with people while we speak.
David is busy. Celebrating 54 years, the Reverend John Nagel, the Reverend Kay Overcash, the Reverend Tommy Beaver, the Reverend George Simmons, the Reverend Don Seifert, the Reverend Gilmer Miller, the Reverend John Beeg, and the Reverend Tom Ridenauer. If any of you folks are here, please stand and be recognized.
55 years, the Reverend William Batterman, the Reverend Clyde Christmas III, the Reverend Charles Duncan, the Reverend John Carter, the Reverend Bernie Hess, the Reverend Michael Hoffman.
There's Bernie. Hey, Bernie.
I might add that several of these folks and their families are watching online, so I think it's significant that we pause and recognize after each year of service. Serving 56 years, the Reverend Craig Bartholomew, the Reverend Ralph Heller, the Reverend Al Mullen, the Reverend Richard Roth, the Reverend David Swigert, and the Reverend Michael Wendt. 56 years. 57 years, the Reverend Gary Logan, the Reverend Robert Allen, the Reverend David Huddle, and the Reverend John Pfisterer. 57 years.
"58 years, the Reverend Clarence Walk, the Reverend Richard Groff, the Reverend William Holler.
59 years, the Reverend Milbert Kurtz, the Reverend Ed Harper, the Reverend David Keck Sr., the Reverend John Merck, the Reverend John Weinbach, the Reverend Kenneth Tonneson, the Reverend Malcolm Lurch. 59 years.
Ed Harper.
We now recognize those with 60 years of gospel ministry and invite those celebrating 60 years who might be here to please come forward. The Reverend Claude Deal, Jr., the Reverend Donald Poole, Jr., the Reverend Henry Boshin, the Reverend Robert Matthias.
60 years. Amazing 60.
We celebrate colleagues who have served over 61 years in gospel ministry. Again, if you're here, we invite you to stand in the ballroom, and we'll pause after each year of service and recognize these folks. 61 years of service: the Reverend Harwood Smith, the Reverend Carol Robinson, the Reverend Edgar Trexler. 61 years.
I know 2 of those are still supply preaching, so.
62 years, the Reverend Charles Huggins and the Reverend Lonnie Carricker.
63 years, the Reverend Robert Weeks, the Reverend Carl McKenzie, the Reverend Curtis Paul, the Reverend Boyce Whitener, the Reverend Bill Siebert, the Reverend David Nelson. 63 years.
64 years, the Reverend Don Deal, the Reverend Henry Rendelman, the Reverend Jay Harbinson, the Reverend Ted Edwards, the Reverend Charles McManus. 64 years.
We're back to a certificate year, 65 years of gospel ministry. If you're present, please come forward for a certificate. The Reverend Carl Fisher, the Reverend Charlie Hoyle, the Reverend Ernest Bullock Jr., the Reverend Gennard Johnson, the Reverend James Haney Jr., the Reverend Ralph Spear, the Reverend Terry Agner, the Reverend William Milholland. 65 years.
If you're here, you can come for a certificate.
"67 years. If you're here, we invite you to stand where you are. The Reverend Theodore Thusen, the Reverend Ted Goins. 67 years.
The Reverend Ted Goins Sr. recently had hip surgery and is recovering in Salisbury, and we wish him well in his recovery. Celebrating 68 years, the Reverend James White. 68 years. Are you doing right? You can do it. And, drum roll, the rostered minister for the most years of service in our synod, celebrating 73 years in the gospel ministry, the Reverend Glenn Reichley, 73 years.
I think we do.
Before we move on to congregations celebrating significant milestones, we want to recognize those who have retired since our last synod gathering. If your name is called, if you'd please come forward for a certificate and a picture. The Reverend Terry Dorsey, the Reverend Tony Bradshaw, the Reverend Michael Collins, the Reverend Ted Rust, the Reverend Scott Bollinger, the Reverend Keith Dye, and the Reverend Wayne Dubnansky.
Ears. Yeah. He's moving a little slower than he once did. Here's Keith Dye. Tony Bradshaw. Present. And Keith Dye. There we are. Blessings. Let's get us a picture. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Yes. In addition to individual anniversaries of pastors and deacons, we celebrate with congregations who have reached significant milestone anniversaries this year. If you are from one of these congregations, if you would just stand in place. Celebrating 50 years this year, St. Peter in Southport. St. Peter in Southport, there they are. Let's give them a hand. 50 years. Celebrating 100 years this year. There are 4 of them, so if you all would stand where you are. Grace in Boone, St. Mark's in Asheville, Ascension in Shelby, Trinity in Rocky Mount. And I will say that there's some other congregations in the calendar year that have some of these anniversaries, but it's just the way that so if you're not on this list, it means you probably are going to be on the list next year because it happens after your actual anniversary charter happens after what you've seen. So celebrating 250 years this year, Daniel's in Lincolnton. Daniel's in Lincolnton. All right. Congratulations. And then I'm just going to name the rest of these, and if you are here, you may stand up as well, but these are just a long time, and so we'll hold our applause until the end, please. Salem in Lincolnton, 227. Zion in Hickory, 233. Bex in Lexington, 236. St. Luke's in Lexington, or Tyro, 236. St. Mark's, Cherryville, 237. Cherville. Emmanuel, Lincolnton, 238. Coldwater, Concord, 241. Lutheran Chapel, China Grove, 243. Shiloh, Louisville, 245. Morning Star, Matthews, 248. We already said Daniel's, Lincolnton, Louds and Liberty, 252. St. Paul's in Burlington, 253. Philadelphia, Dallas, 256. Old St. Paul's in Newton, 268. Pilgrim in Lexington, 269. St. John's in Salisbury, 276, my home congregation. Frieden's in Gibsonville, 278. St. John's in Concord, 278. And I do not get in the middle of that one, who is the older one. God bless you all. One of my favorite things to do, and I have done it most summers, usually in July, because the Region 9 bishops have gathered in Gatlinburg area or Pigeon Forge near there so that we might meet with our spouses the one time every year in July. And I usually go through before our Monday meeting and visit at Living Waters in Cherokee. Other times I have visited there as well. In fact, Pastor Jack can tell you that the first time I went, I noticed that everybody had a nickname, and I earned a nickname as well. Now, I'm going to tell you my nickname in Cherokee, but I'm not going to tell you what it means, because you might want to do some homework. You can talk to Jack, but I am Bishop Asakit, and so you're just going to have to leave that hanging. It is such a marvelous community of service and outreach, of Christian conviction, as well as native heritage, and a blend of language and culture and gospel and serving that is just such a beautiful thing to see. If you have not been there, I hope you will go sometime and visit. and also learn about supporting this ministry. But it is such a blessing to us. I want to invite Tom Uri and Amelia Osborne, whom you heard sing and play last night, members of Morning Star and Matthews, and our Synod Indigenous Learning Team, to share about the significant work being done as we lean into an invitation for truth and reconciliation. Tom and Amelia.
Hello, everybody. We get to talk about the core value of reconciliation. How lucky are we? This is something we all do in all of our churches all the time, but we get to tell you our little story behind that. Thanks for having us to do that. If you go on the website, they show all the core values. We've got Christ-centered, generosity, relationship, and reconciliation. It talks about reconciliation, that God's deep desire is to reconcile all relationships with each other and creation. We will actively strive to experience the fullness of God through racial welcome, diversity, justice, compassion, peacemaking, advocacy, and healing. You might guess this is something that we're kind of into. It's all the good things of social justice, and two hippies are kind of into that deal. So that might be why maybe we were typecast into this. I don't know. But anyway, we're going to talk to you about all the things that we've done and at our church in Morning Star in Matthews, North Carolina, and also through the North Carolina Synod's Indigenous Learning Team.
So just look around the room and see everyone that's here and all the years that's been invested. What an amazing family to be a part of. And think of the generations and the legacy that we're leading on and we're gifting forward. In response to the boarding school story, when the Synod nodded to us to consider this orange fabric, when you go into your congregation and you see this orange fabric last year, it was the year before actually, people were wondering what that's all about, but it's simply looking around and seeing who is there and celebrating them. So in response to that, we took our orange fabric and we met with people in our congregation and we prayed about it and we're like, what's going to make sense to really honor this story? And the more you want to know, we'll tell you all about that at our booth. So ours turned into a sculpture, and we were blessed to do that, and we were inspired by First Nation artist Andy Iverson's logo for the Every Child Matters campaign, because as the church, that's our story, that's our legacy, and we have to own that, and we get to do better with that here, which is a blessing to do that together. So we created that, and we put it in our rain garden, and we prayed about it. We didn't tell people what it was about in our congregation. They got to see this circle with this weird orange fabric, and it's blowing in the wind. They had no idea, but it was something that got their attention. So we're like, well, what do you think it is? I don't know where that came from. But we left it up there the 225 days as we requested by the Synod and by the American Indian Alaskan Native Lutheran Association. And it was just a beautiful thing to see the other congregations, how that touched their communities, how they represented it, and what they did in response. So for us, we want to tell you more about that and how you can celebrate that every day. By celebrating with Pastor Jack, we celebrate that every day. We get to celebrate that every day together. So we put ours on permanent installation in our church, and we hope that you will revisit that as well. But as the Synod Indigenous Learning Team, we got together and we were able to share the history, the learning, and the lament together. But now we're in active mode, and we're ready to apply these things that we're learning that's valid today, especially recognizing our siblings that probably live right across the street from us on the land that their legacy was created in and sown in. So I encourage you to check us out at the Indigenous Learning Team. If you want to do a land acknowledgement for your church, we'll help you find those places. So I'll let Tom tell you a little bit about our journey.
Yeah, what we made at Morning Star to display our orange fabric kind of got a little bit of attention, and the Synod used it on their website, and so they thought it would be good to get us on the Indigenous Learning Team because we obviously care about it, and as do many of our members. So we were honored to be a part of that, and what that group did, we went out and each month we had a different topic that we discussed and looked up resources, and we shared them with all of you. Now, some of you may not remember that, but actually there was a newsletter that came out each month that got in the e-news from the Synod, and it was telling all the things that actual natives were asking us to learn about. This is something that they're just asking us to listen to them. That's the beauty of it. We just have to hear them, see them, and just to be with them in this and heal together. And so when all of that work was done, and for the year's worth of learning together, everything is archived on. If you go to the racial works page on the Synod page, you'll see at the very bottom there's learning the indigenous story. If you take those things, you could have a year's worth of faith formation classes. Okay, if you're looking for something to do at your church, just go to that. It's a huge resource and just more information than you'll even be able to wrap your head around. But it's a story that is just, it's heartbreaking, and especially when we know that churches had part in some of those things, but it's also something that we can now come together and see and heal each other by just learning and respecting people. One of the things that we talked about in some of those resources that we made available through our team was making a land acknowledgement. You guys know that anytime you've done anything with the Synod over the past few years, they always start with their land acknowledgement, and their office is on the land of the Kiowa people, and that's important to say that. It's, you know, a lot of times people can say land acknowledgements aren't that big of a deal. It's kind of performative. Well, that may be true in some ways, but it also it gives us a chance to say, you know, we see you, we hear you, we stand with you, and that's a beautiful thing. And it may not be everything, but it's a place to start. And depending on where your congregation is on that, it's something to pray about and to work towards. So with that, at our church, Morning Star, we embrace the idea of developing an acknowledgement. And so instead of using the resource completely on the Synod page, it's very, very helpful. We actually reached out to the people of the indigenous nation that was on the land first. For us, it was the Catawba Nation. So we reached out to that tribe, and we were able to get them involved in developing our land acknowledgement. They came and we did a faith formation class, and we had a representative from Catawba Nation join us and guide us through that process and talk about what was important to them to be in the land acknowledgement, because it's about, you know, their ancestors, and then and that's another thing. We don't want to say it's only about their ancestors, because they're still here with us. So we want to. We lifted that up. We invited our congregation to come to that. We set out maybe a dozen chairs, thinking we'd have a few people come in. We had 80 people show up to that faith formation class. You know, so that was a good day, and we all learned and we all listened. And he worked us through the process in a way that said, not just, you know, not just some sort of like legal sounding document. This land did belong to, so it's, you know, he said, what do you get from the land? What do you love about this land? What are your feelings when you take a deep breath here on this land? And they wanted us to put that into the land acknowledgement. And it was a loving thing, because what it did, it you know, they came to us, you know, as people, you know, who in, you know, years past have hurt, you know, their people. And they came to us in just such a loving way of inviting us into the healing process with them. Instead of being defensive or angry, they reached out to us. And that's the beautiful work of any reconciliation, I believe. It's the willingness for that to happen on both sides. And so they led us through it. And so we talk about the smell of the earth. We talk about the trees in our land acknowledgement, all of these things. And they were happy, and so we were happy. So we adopted our land acknowledgement, and and also made new friends in the process. You know, we've gone to Catawba Nation and visited during their events, and it's just been a really healthy thing for us, I think. And not only that, you know, we did some stuff with them, and after the fact, you know, we got together and we talked about the land acknowledgement in another class, and everybody was all excited, and we you know, prayerfully put it out there, and you know, you do things like this in congregations, and you think, oh, that was it, but then almost, you know, 7 or 8 months later, Pastor Sarah comes and is supply preaching for us, and she mentions Living Waters, and the next thing I know, you know, out of that, you know, we've got a group of people who are putting together a trip up to Living Waters to help out and to do what they can. And I think, you know, these things all kind of lead into each other. And, you know, you start at one place, and the next thing you know, you're looking for the next thing. We're doing this work, now what's next? And I think that's the beautiful thing is where they all kind of come together. And for us, it came together in an art way. Amelia and I are artists and musicians, and we have a group called we're partners in Inspired Arts and Sound. That's the way I want to say that. And so we go and do music and art with congregations. We've been to a lot of your churches, and it's great to see you here. And so we just kind of lead people through things that build relationships and kind of spark enthusiasm in congregations. And part of that led us to doing that at Morning Star through an art gallery, which I'll get Amelia to tell you about. She's the artist part.
Oh, wow. So when I first got up here, I said, look around and see who's here with you and see all these faces and think about the legacy that they're giving and they're putting forward. And when we got to this act of holy remembrance, I thought, let's look around. Let's see who's still here, because these indigenous people are not some story you tell at Thanksgiving or something awful like that. It's something that you can look into your neighborhood, and these cultures and these people are still here and thriving, and we can celebrate that. And that's a very beautiful thing that God's given us. And that's just the beautiful part about humanity, is we're all a part of this life. And creation through music, art, all the beautiful things, whatever medium you choose, whatever instrument you choose, that's something that we can all relate to, no matter where in the planet you're from. Everybody has a favorite song that touches their heart. And that's all God. That's all God's love and light, and that's what's coming into us and out of us, and we get to share that with each other. So the Art Gallery at Morning Star, check us out. It's awesome. Come Friday, we're having a summer exhibition opening, and we have a really good shindig with live music and stuff. June 9th. Yes, sorry. June 9th. But that is a celebration of what brings us all together, like our congregations, our communities, and all the things that we get to do together is such a blessing. So I just simply love it.
It's a fun thing. The gallery brings people together from all faiths, and we just want to have a space that we can all get together, talk about art together. It opens hearts. We have people that don't look like us, don't worship like us, don't love like us, but we all come together and can have community, and that's what it feels like to us. Everything kind of overlaps. That led us down to an RIC journey, which we're proud to say we are now a RIC congregation. We just do, at our church, we also do room at the inn. We do all sorts of things, as I'm sure all of you do. I want to hear your stories one day too. I think it's all about love. I think this is all about love. We have a one-word job description as Christians, I believe, and that's love. And I think Fred Schneider of the B-52s said it best: love, baby. That's where it's at. So we'd love for you guys to get centered with us before we walk away. And I would ask you guys if you could just put your hand on your heart. We're going to just set our rhythms together into doing this work of reconciliation together. And thank you. We're going to tap. We're going to go. Amelia's going to guide us through it.
So you see, that's God's gentle reminder that we're all human and we're all loved and we're all in this song and story and art together. And this is a reset for that.
A helping hand, a share.
we are called to manifest in this world the love of the Lord. God's work, our hands, if not us, then who? Freed in Christ to serve our neighbor, love compels us to. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Tom and Amelia. And John, I have one other thing, because I neglected to recognize one group of people during our celebration of service, and that is all the new rostered ministers who have come into the North Carolina Synod since June 1st of 2022, so since last year. If you would make your way to the stage, we'd like you to introduce yourself. So first call, or if you're serving somewhere, or you transferred in as a retiree, if you're a rostered minister, we'd like to invite you to the stage just to come up and share your name and where you are now and where you came from. In other words, not a sermon from each of you, but yes. If you're new to the North Carolina Synod, make your way on up. And we'll have you just take turns coming to the second microphone over here. Well, that might be the youngest one. Excellent, yes. Reminder that our rostered ministers have families. Yeah. As folks are coming on, come on, Sammy, just go ahead and start. Just tell us where you're from, and if you're serving, where you're serving, and where you came from most recently.
I am Sammy Johnson. I'm serving at Lutheran Church of Our Savior in Jacksonville, North Carolina.
All right.
And we came from South Dakota.
I'm Chaplain Josh Johnson. I'm a U.S. Navy chaplain, currently serving 8th Communication Battalion down at Camp Lejeune. Came here from serving USS Ross in Spain.
All right. Glad to have you all here. Hey, Josh.
Sue Lynn White. I'm serving St. Peter's Lutheran Church in Salisbury from North Dakota.
My name's Wade Brinkoff, and I am now called at St. Peter Lutheran Church in Southport, and we moved here from the Rocky Mountain Synod.
All right.
I'm Heather Batchelder. I'm at Wittenberg Lutheran in Granite Quarry, and this is my first call, so I will come from here somewhere.
Good morning. My name is Tuhina Verma Rash. I serve the Anamkara Digital First community, and I came from the Sierra Pacific Synod.
My name is Terrence Jacob. I have the honor of serving Church of the Abiding Savior in Durham. I came here from Gainesville, University Lutheran Church, Gainesville, Florida.
I'm Denise Henry. I serve as chaplain at Trinity Elms Senior Care Community and Trinity Glen Senior Care Communities in Clemens and Winston-Salem. And this is my first call, so I didn't move here.
I'm Joe Uhas, serving at Augsburg Lutheran in Winston-Salem, and I moved here from the western suburbs of Chicago.
My name is Jeff Topinka, and I'm on my first call at St. Mark's in China Grove.
Good morning. I don't have much of a voice, but I'm Pastor Phyllis Wolkenhauer. I'm retired, came from Pennsylvania and love it here, and am a member at Christ the King in Cary.
Hi, I'm Alan Wolkenhauer, also happily retired at Christ the King in Cary. I had served in Pennsylvania most recently.
We are so blessed to have folks coming here all the time. I think about half of them left the stage, but so thank you so much, and God bless you in continuing to adjust to ministry here. And I'll turn the mic over to Vice President Haywood.
John is already here. I welcome John Fleming, who is the chair of the Finance Committee, to the stage to answer any final questions about our budget, mission support, and compensation guidelines, and to lead us through the vote.
So the motion's on the floor?
No, it's not. You present it for adoption.
So we're here to present the 2024-25 budget for adoption.
You have heard the motion. It comes from a committee and does not require a second. So we are in a time of discussion. If you would like to ask a question or have a discussion item regarding the budget, I would ask that you would make it to one of our microphones. State your name and your congregation. I don't see anyone coming to either of the microphones. If there is no discussion, or since there is no discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Thank you. You may lower them. Are there any who oppose the motion? You may raise your hands now. Is there anyone who abstains? You may raise your hand now. Thank you. And the motion carries. The 2024-25 budget passes. Mission support formula. Yes.
So the next thing, we are here to present the mission support request formula that was presented yesterday for adoption.
You have heard the motion. It comes from a committee and does not need a second. We are in a time of discussion. Again, I ask you to proceed to one of the microphones. If you have a discussion item, state your name and your congregation. I see no one coming to the microphones. Please raise your hands if you are in favor of the motion. Thank you. You may lower your hand. All opposed, please raise your hands. Anyone abstaining, please raise your hands. The motion carries. The 2024-25 mission support formula passes.
And finally, we want to present the recommended 2024 recommended compensation guidelines for adoption.
The compensation guidelines are before you. The recommendation comes from a committee and does not need a second. is that we are in a time of discussion, and you may proceed to the microphone if you have questions or if there's discussion. Microphone number 1.
Hello, my name is Pastor Emily Norris, and I'm the pastor at the Dwelling in Winston-Salem. And I just want to say that I am in full support of the resolution as it's presented, but I also want to publicly encourage our Synod Council over the next 2 years to consider a unified compensation guideline between the two rosters. I come to you from a very unique ministry setting made up of folks that are experiencing homelessness. And we're a growing congregation, and people often ask us, what's the secret to your community? And the reality is, the secret is that we are an incredible combination of word, sacrament, and service lived out in the church. And if we want communities to grow that look like the Dwelling, not an identity of homelessness, but an identity of radical love, we have to start raising up leaders that speak word, sacrament, and service together. And we need to start honoring our deacons for the incredible worth that they bring to this community and to our church. And so I just want to publicly say that I encourage our council to start looking at a compensation guideline that honors the work of our deacon community as well. Thank you.
Thank you, and that information will be shared with the committee. I see no one else approaching the microphones. Is there someone that I don't see? All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hands. Thank you. All opposed, please raise your hands. All abstaining, please raise your hand. The 2024 compensation guidelines pass. Thank you, John.
In late 2021, we brought Pastor CC Mills onto our assistant to the bishop's staff for call process, and she shepherds one of the Synod's major goals in our strategic plan, which is to help our Synod reshape that call process according to core values. So help me welcome Pastor CC to the stage.
Good afternoon. Okay, I'm loud. It is a blessing to be a part of this work, to be a part of the way that the Synod helps congregations and leaders to think about who is God calling me or us to be, and who is God calling me or us to do this with together. So I'm excited that when I came into this process, I came with someone who was very knowledgeable, Sandra Klein, who helped me to kind of know the logistics of doing call process. One of the things that I saw where we had an opportunity here in the North Carolina Synod was help it to deepen two things: our spiritual relationships and our relationships with having to be able to understand who we are and who God is calling us to be. So I thought it was important for the call process not to be just be another HR process. In fact, I had one of my classes that I was helping a call committee prepare with say, oh, it's not HR, it's HS. It's not human resources driven, it's Holy Spirit driven. And so when we realize that, we are able to see that God is up to something wonderful. And it may not be our timetable, but it's God's. And if we are patient in that we know that God is going to do something, not that we don't get frustrated or disappointed, But if we are patient and understanding, God is at work here, connecting us with the right place or the right person so that we can do God's mission, it works. One of our greatest examples was a congregation that had been in the call process almost 2 years when I began that position. The Synod staff and the congregation were wondering, would anybody ever come there? They had 2 failed call votes, and the call committee was at a place where the chair looked at me and said, I don't think we understand who the congregation is or what they want. And I looked at her and I said to her, that wasn't your person. Either one of those failed votes wasn't your persons. Those were excellent pastors. This congregation could have done wonderful things, but it wasn't who God was calling to be with you in this season. So I know that you're discouraged, and I'm glad you took a little time, a little Sabbath time to rest before we re-engaged in doing discernment conversations with potential new people. And when we did that, when I took them as the new call process coordinator, their first set of names, I looked at them and I said, I am 65% sure your next pastor is in this set. And I continued to talk with them because it takes about 30 minutes for that last conversation to happen. And then by the middle, I said, I'm 85% sure. And by the end, I said, I am 98% sure your next pastor. And this is a group who had come together, prayerfully engaged in discerning with so many individuals, gone to the finish line twice and been defeated. And they looked at me and they were like, well, we hope so. And so they said, tell us which one you're talking about. And I said, no. After you vote, we can talk about it. And so indeed, they did end up calling that pastor, and every time they see me, they was like, you knew. And I knew that the Holy Spirit was at work. And as frustrating as it seemed, as pointless or as just totally devoid of any possibility, it felt that God was up to something. And so I want our congregations and leaders to hear that. I want to invite you into a season of discernment where you are not doing things solely in a practical way, but you are looking for what is God saying here now. Rooted in Scripture, rooted in Bible study, rooted in relationship with other disciples, to listen for God's voice. So if you're a rostered leader and you're wondering, am I where God is calling me to be, and would like to have that conversation, please feel free to call me. We can set up a time to go out for, and I am going to say it this way, coffee, or we can do lunch or something, or just have some time where we spend time away thinking about who is God calling me to be, and what does the place God is calling me to be look like? What will that look like for me? And the same thing with congregations. Instead of just imagining what we need is Jesus with a wife, 2.5 kids, and a wife that plays the organ, that we listen to for what God is actually calling and saying, who is God calling us to call? It might not look like what we imagine. There might be a David somewhere who is out there playing with the sheep, who God is saying, pick that one. Draw that one into your fold so that we can do mission and ministry together. On the screen, you'll see that I've created a strategy for 2022 and actually have a new one for 2023 that sought to address some of the lulls that we saw in the process, the places where there seems to be nothing happening, not God happening, but just nothing happening, and trying to address them by deepening relationships and interaction with Synod staff and congregations. I'm excited to say we have seen a significant lowering of the time that congregations spend in call process in general. Not all, we do have some that have been in there for a while now, but most of them, and we find that if we do it this way, prayerfully and spiritually, not an HR, but an HS decision. We have a great match that even many of us on staff could not have imagined. And I continue to get congregations coming to me saying, thank you. Thank you for making us listen to God. Thank you for helping us unleash who we are so that we could call the person who is going to come in and joyfully serve. And for leaders, for having the freedom, the ability to think about who God is calling them to do and to be in this season has been life-changing for several. The last thing I want to do before I leave is to say one of the areas where we had the biggest gap was having leaders for what we called then our call committee trainings. They are now called call committee retreats, because it's time set apart, like Jesus took time apart, to spend with God and to find out how God is calling you to serve as a committee and then to prayerfully consider the path ahead. And so when I came on, I think I had a list of 12, and I think at that time only 2 to 3 were being used, but now we have a whole new slate of retreat leaders. And so I'm going to ask any that are in the room to stand up now so we can show you some love for the time and commitment you have given to do this work. All of my retreat leaders, please rise. Thank you for all that you do and that you will do for God's holy mission.
Thank you, Pastor Cece. And now if Pastor Alfredo would come back to the stage to share about more of his portfolio, coaching and care. And it looks like Heidi Klein is also coming because she's a coach guru. So thanks, Heidi.
Thank you, Bishop Tim. I would like to take a moment to say thank you to the last night worship planning team and the worship leaders that led us into meaningful worship. Thank you very much for your sharing your gifts and sharing your spirituality with us last night. I would like to just revisit a little my 2 main areas of ministry in my new call. And leadership is the first one. And then I have some graphs to share about the pre-assembly. And that was my baptism of fire and this call. And thank you for all people who was here, especially to our presenter, Dr. Reverend Mark Fitzsimmons. And it was about mutual care, and it was very well-attended, meaningful pre-assembly yesterday. Fall combo, I already introduced yesterday to you the dates and the place and then the speaker. So it is the graph and the screen. So you can save the date and make plans, and looking forward to see you at the fall convocation at Luther Ridge. Finally, introduce the Save the Date Synod gathering, which I don't know if I could be baptized in fire twice, but that will be surely one of my biggest challenges, a full year to work on it, and hopefully everything will be fine. And this is open to all, all congregations, all people in our synod that we wanted to come to. And this is an opportunity to refresh, learn, inspire, and to, of course, be church together. Now, the second area of ministry for me, it is coordination of care for roster leaders. Now, let me tell you a short story. When I listened and read this description, I say, oh my God, really? Are you calling me, God, to offer or coordinate care and care for the people who doesn't think they need any care? That all the day they are caring for somebody else, their blueprint is caring. And I used to be a staff chaplain in a hospital for 7 years. And when I came to visit a pastor that I knew in the community that he was a pastor, they were with a mask and oxygen, and when I enter and they acknowledge me and they say, Pastor Alfredo, may I pray for you? And you allow me to pray for. So I know it's difficult. Ministry could be a lonely place to be sometimes. So, but hopefully you will help me, to teach me how could we better care as a synod for one another. So that will be my second area of ministry. I would like to introduce to you Heidi Klein, and she is the Synod Coaching Coordinator, and this is an area that belongs under coordination of care in our Synod. Heidi, please come and share with us about coaching ministry.
Thank you, and thank you, Pastor Alfredo, for giving me a minute to talk about this ministry that I am very passionate about. It has been an honor to be here, this assembly, and to listen to the stories, to hear the stories of celebration, but also to hear the stories of challenges. And I was listening to Cece speak just a minute ago, and I like to say that coaching is a relationship between a coach, a client, and the Holy Spirit. And I think the beauty of coaching is that it is just about what you need in your context. So a coach can come alongside you, can come alongside your congregation, and simply listen and hear the things that are coming out in the conversation, and then ask powerful questions that help you figure out what is the right next step? What is the most faithful next step for you? What is the most faithful next step for your congregation? They can ask questions and hear nuances that maybe you're missing because you're so deep in the context of that situation that you don't have a chance to really see what's going on. The North Carolina Synod and the Churchwide Expression have taken very seriously educating coaches to prepare them to walk alongside you. We go through a training that is specific to the ELCA. Some of our coaches go on to do professional coach training. Some of our coaches are trained in specific areas like congregational vitality, stewardship, discipleship, congregation care. I'm sure I missed some. But there are a variety of ways you can use this resource. And so I just want to encourage you. I've got a table over in the corner. I've got a great little brochure that'll make it easy for you to get the answers about what we do. But to consider taking advantage of this and consider supporting both yourselves as congregational leaders and your pastors in pursuing this resource, because I believe it's an incredible gift to our community. And thank you for this time.
Yes, Bishop, I have 2 minutes.
You're good.
Thank you. So what did you get as an assistant to the bishop? It's what you see. And I have to say that I am a living testimony that our synod has an ability to identify, to nurture, and educate leaders. You made me. You own me, in a sense that I am blessed to have all the support of course, my family, congregation, pastor, and especially I would like to mention, allow and say, Pastor Greg Williams, who was my mentor for 16 years, and pretty much who I am, I think I owe to him. And of course, I have had 2 wonderful bishops, our emeritus bishop, Leonard Balik, and then of course, our current bishop that have offered support for leaders like myself. So finally, I would like to say, that I have been called to serve you, whole congregations. You look at me and say, well, Pastor Alfredo probably is having called to serve only ethnic-specific Spanish-speaking people in our synod. No, my call includes you, everybody. And I think that my best gift that I can bring to you, it is that I am good at asking questions. And many years of school, many years, my wife was very happy the last time I graduated from my last degree, and she said, yeah, it's done, finally. And then, but through all of those years, 3 universities, 4 undergrad and grad school, 5 seminaries, graduating from 2, have only helped me, giving me too many tools, too many inspiring tools for ministry, but they only helped me in many ways to sharpen my ability to ask questions. So I will ask questions, and I don't have many answers, but I will invite you to come and search together the answers that we need to be faithful leaders for the church. So thank you very much. I do appreciate your kindness and your support. And God's pleasure. Looking forward to work with you all at the Synod. Thank you, Bishop.
Thanks, Alfredo. Now we have our Director of Communications, Catherine Fink, and our Digital Media Strategist, Angel Owens. A huge thank you for the ways that they serve this Synod. It really, really does matter a ton. Come on.
Good morning, y'all. Somebody was taller than me. I'm Catherine Fink. I'm Director of Communications and Resources, as Bishop said. My longtime work at the Synod office has been as Director of the Resource Center, and I hope you've had a chance to stop by our table in the back. And my current work as of a number of years ago as Director of Communications, I work mostly with email and website.
And my name is Angel Owens. I'm the digital media strategist in the Synod office. I help with communications. I fill your social media feeds up with content and create graphics and branding.
Oh, I forgot to keep my phone. We got slides? We got slides.
Well, maybe I can flick it.
Yeah.
Today we want to talk about our process for communications and how the Synod purpose statement and core values inform our decisions about content and delivery. We use the purpose statement to choose our vehicles for communications and the core values to inform the content in that. And we'll show you some examples of that in our presentation.
One of the ways that we cultivate and celebrate vital congregations is by telling congregational ministry stories. An example is this story, which tells the story of a youth group of Morning Star Matthews, which received a Kelke grant from the Synod to help them attend an immersion week at the Dwelling in Winston-Salem. Another way is that we share resources for congregations on the website, including the several continuing education events and communication resources and links to branded material like the new ELCA logo. We identify and equip and nurture whole and healthy leaders by offering e-newsletters which keep leaders, both rostered and lay, informed and inspired for the ministry they do. Additionally, we offer communications consults for a chance to look at communication tools, website, socials, newsletters, and all those kinds of things. And this conversation can happen with pastors or volunteers or church administrators, anyone who manages communications in your context. We have enjoyed getting to know many of you, in fact, during these conversations over the last year.
We embrace and engage in collaboration in digital spaces. And that's the next slide there. Last summer, we started Instagram takeovers. Each of the 3 camps in North Carolina took over the Synod Instagram and Facebook account to show what a week at camp looks like. So be looking for those again on Fridays this summer. Stay tuned. We'll let you know when that's coming up. Another way that we engage in collaboration is by tagging partners and sharing from ministry pages. And that's on social media. So your congregation might send us information to share on Synod socials, and we will probably ask for a link to share directly from your page. So we want to see that you've posted it, and then we want to share it. This helps social media algorithms to boost the visibility of the congregation's post and helps folks to connect directly with your congregation's account. And in turn, it helps folks connect with your congregation. Another of our Synod mission statements is to proclaim the promise of the resurrection with a prophetic voice. One of the ways that we can do this in communications is by working alongside Synod staff and ministry teams to promote life-giving ministries and events, like the upcoming book study with Kenneth Wheeler. can check out information about that in your folder and over at the social justice and advocacy table, and on the Synod website, the event is there. We have the opportunity also to proclaim the promise of the resurrection through digital media. It's lovely to have content that points back to brick and mortar ministries, but we really have an opportunity to share engaging content that is complete in and of itself. Social media is the destination. It doesn't have to point to anywhere. The ministry can happen directly online.
If you're not already, the bishop has mentioned this, but if you're not already, sign up for emails, and you can click on the QR code, which is in a flyer in your packet, or you can head to the homepage, nclutheran.org, and scroll down to the bottom and sign up for e-newsletters, which will help keep you engaged, and then follow, and tag our socials, and send us stories. This is what we're asking for. We want to hear your stories, and we want you to hear the stories of other congregations across the Synod. Last but not least, an advertisement for the bingo card that you might have found in your folder. I hope you have found in your folder. We're looking for those bingo cards to be completed and turned in over lunch today, because we'll be doing the drawings after lunch or during lunch or something. Anyway, towards the end of lunch, and we'll announce the winners in the next session. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Catherine and Angel. Yesterday, we shared with you the details regarding changes to the Synod's constitution. We now move to consider those changes and vote. We are voting to approve all changes to the Constitution en bloc. You have heard the motion, you heard that before. It comes from a committee, it does not require a second. So, we are again in a time of discussion, and if you have discussion items related to the Constitution, please make your way to one of the microphones that we have. And sometimes it's hard to see up here, but I don't see anyone coming to a microphone. Cassie is pointing to microphone 4.
Hi, I'm Susan Kulkarni from Our Redeemer in Greenville. I am lost on this point. All I understand from the handouts is a printed constitution. I don't understand what changes you want to make. The change that I understood that was discussed yesterday was to allow deacons to be conference deans. Are there other changes that I do not see?
Michael Denise is coming to the stage to respond to your question.
Thank you for your question. So the other changes that took place are the required changes from the 2022 churchwide assembly. So those have to be made. Those tend to handle the daggered items in the Synod Constitution, which would be similar to the starred items in a congregational constitution. So those are the updates that we had to bring forward. And then when we did that, we went ahead and made the additional change to allow for the deans.
So those are the only changes we're voting on now.
Repeat that, please.
Those are the only changes we're voting on now, the
Yes,
mandatory
ma'am.
and the...
Yes, and we made
Got
those
it.
changes. The other changes, if you all were here in 2019, we had quite a few changes to the Constitution, and those were adopted in 2019. But this time we were just bringing in line with the 2022 model.
So you are really voting on the change that was shared with you, because the other changes are required because of the church-wide assembly.
That's correct.
I don't see anyone else coming to a microphone. Someone's.
I think they think Hunter's standing there.
I'm sorry.
They think Hunter's trying to talk.
Oh. Hunter, people thought you were waiting to ask a question. Hunter is on Senate Council, and he is there to help facilitate the voting. Seeing no one coming to a microphone, all those in favor of the motion, let it be known by raising your hand. Thank you. You may lower them. All opposed, you may raise your hands now. And all abstaining, raise your hands now. And so the Constitution changes pass.
Great.
Thank you. At this time, we should have a video from the Crumley Archives.
Susan, we're here to talk about the significance of Lutheran history and the importance of preserving that history.
We are. So let's just start at the beginning, Wayne. Why do you think history matters? Why do archives matter?
Archives matters, at least in part for me, because I think there is no church without archives. Now, that may sound like a strange statement, but let's think about it. We are people of the book, the Bible, and the Bible is basically an archive. It's a collection of the stories of faith. And without those collected stories, those shared stories, those transmitted stories, those remembered stories, there is no church, there is no ministry, there is no history of the church. Archives at that level certainly matters a lot.
I think of archives as the place where we store our stories. The stories that we love and cherish, but also the stories that aren't loved and cherished. I like to think of history as sort of our corporate memory. It's like a person who has Alzheimer's, right? When someone we love develops Alzheimer's disease, they don't know who they are anymore because they don't have their memories anymore. And it's our memories that define us. And so an archive is kind of like the corporate memory of an institution, just like memory is to an individual. We are in the very unusual situation here in the Southeast of having one of the oldest congregations of Lutherans in North America. Frederick Lutheran Church was founded in 1666. That congregation was founded on St. Thomas in the Virgin Islands by Danish settlers. So it started out as a Danish Lutheran church. But the interesting thing about Frederick is over time, it became more and more a congregation of people of African descent. We have their records here at the archives in Danish, and they're very precious to us because they're some of our oldest records in the archives.
And it strikes me that wonderful essay you wrote on Smeltzer's journal, that near the end of it you quote a prayer of his. He anticipates that one day someone will read this journal, and he actually prays for that person, calling them his friend. I think that symbolically there's a sense of prayer for all the archives, that when we come to the archives, we are the friends who come, who engage with the past, who discover its truths, its insights, its messages, its good news. And as we do that, we are blessed. And we feel prayed for by the past, and we live out that prayer into the present and future.
Your MIF? Yes. We welcome to the stage Deacon Jerry Johnson, our partner in ministry with the Mission Investment Fund. Welcome.
Thank you. God bless you. I'm pleased to also serve in a couple volunteer roles here in this synod on the Region 9 Archives Board and also as the treasurer for Novus Way. Mission Investment Fund, that's where I get my paycheck. So, we are one of 4 financial ministries of the ELCA, including Portico Benefit Services, the ELCA Foundation, and the newly formed ELCA Federal Credit Union. As a part of the ELCA, we are indeed church together. The MIF functions very much like a bank. The bank is a great way to invest in this church. Presently, we offer investments paying just over 5% for a 1-year fixed-rate CD. We will use your money to fund loans, and we will pay it back to you with interest. We provide loans made in unique and enabling ways to ELCA congregations and other ELCA-related ministries, including our colleges, our seminaries, outdoor ministries, synods, and social ministry organizations. We are not a typical commercial lender. Because of the financial uniqueness of church ministry, our relationship with our borrowers is different from that of a commercial bank. We provide loans to strong borrowers, but also to ministries which may not be able to secure financing from commercial sources, and we permit accommodations more readily than commercial lenders. Our history includes 150 years, going back as far as the 1800s. In all those years, we have always 100% of the time paid our investors their deposits back with interest, and that includes the years of the Great Depression, the Great Recession, and the most recent pandemic. How does the Mission Investment Fund work? Funds flow in from our investors and our depositors and out to our borrowers in the form of loans. Loan payments come back to us, and we return those funds to our investors with interest, again, for over 150 years without fail. With one little light, we individually make a difference together. We enable change. The MIF is the perfect place for your funds to reside so that they may do good work until you are ready to use them and get a great return. As church together, we all have a light to share, to bring the gospel of Jesus Christ to the world. Thank you to the congregations, ministries, and individuals of the North Carolina Synod, including the Synod itself, for putting your funds to work in the form of loans to congregations and ministries of this church. This little light of mine, let it shine. God blesses us with great things when we come together as one, and it begins with a spark, as we will see in this short 2-minute video. Let's take a look.
One life here on earth. That's all each of us gets. One life, one light, to use as you see fit. So the question is, how will you let your light shine? When you invest your savings in the Mission Investment Fund, everyone's light shines brighter. That's because we use the money you invest to fund building and renovation loans for ELCA congregations and ministries across the country. And with every loan we make, you help put love in action. With every single investment, you share God's love with the world. The Mission Investment Fund of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America. God's work, our hands.
Thank you for your time, and God bless you all.
And thank you. Let's see. One of the ways that we are church together is being partnered ecumenically, if I can say that. To hear more, we welcome our guests from the North Carolina Council of Churches.
Hello, everybody. Oh, that's good. All right, thank you. So I'm Nicole Johnson. I am the Director for Partners in Health and Wholeness, a health and wholeness program at the North Carolina Council of Churches. And I know I've had some people stop at the table out there and they're like, I don't know who the North Carolina Council of Churches is. And so I'm gonna take this minute really quick. They told me I'm standing between y'all and lunch, so I'm gonna be real fast. So let me encourage you, look around you. Look around you at all the people who are here in this space with you, who are part of the ELCA. Think about how you felt when your heart looked around and was like, oh, I haven't seen you in a while. And oh, you're right, how's your congregation doing? And hearing the stories about people who have been in ministry for a long time. The collective effort of the ELCA, you're also a part of a larger collective effort. The North Carolina Council of Churches is an effort of 18 denominations across the state, from African Methodist Episcopal Zion to United Church of Christ, ELCA, United Methodist. It is the collective voice of people of faith. The North Carolina Council of Churches started in 1935 around racial justice, and we continue that legacy of talking about issues that affect everybody and every person in the communities that we serve across the state, whether that's around racial justice, whether that's ecological justice, care of creation, cash bail reform, access to health care, Medicaid expansion, which was a win for this year. Your collective voice has been a part of the North Carolina Council of Churches for the last decade, advocating for the expansion of Medicaid, because we need to increase access to health care. We also work around other issues like gun violence, education and supporting educators. And why do we do those things? We're not a social work organization. We are a social justice organization. There is no other voice like the voice of faith that talks about the thriving of all of God's people in the communities where we are. And so what the North Carolina Council of Churches does is we bring together that collective voice. We may not agree on all things theological. We may not agree when we're wrestling with cash bail reform or the death penalty or funding education or what access to health care should look like. But what we do have in common, we are people of faith, and we have a very particular way of looking at the world. A way that says that we believe in the wholeness of people because God believes and created us whole mind, body, spirit, whole people and whole communities. And so I bring greetings to you and say thank you for being a part of the North Carolina Council of Churches. You are currently represented on our board by the Reverend Dr. Christy Lohr, and she serves at St. Andrews in Hickory, I do believe, yes. And she had to leave, and she was gonna say hi to y'all as well. So if you want to hear more information about issues, social justice issues, where you can bring a voice of faith, where you can educate, you can inspire, you can mobilize your communities, or maybe You just want to hear about those issues and what it might mean for your particular community, then we encourage you to contact us, contact Reverend Dr. Christy Lohr, come and find out what can be done if you want information. If you want us to come and lead a workshop, maybe around, for example, overdose crisis. That's also another area that we talk about. We do mini grants also for faith communities around different faith and health projects, for example. But the thing I want you to keep in mind, even if you think you may not agree with every issue that the council addresses right now, at least be willing to hear about it, come and talk about it, maybe sit around a table and say, what does this mean for me as a person of faith, and what does it mean for my community? So thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to say hello today, and thank you for inviting me to be a part of your gathering.
Thank you. Next, we have a representative from Lenoir-Rhyne University. Lenoir-Rhyne University continues to be a Lutheran university in Hickory, North Carolina. To hear more, we welcome our guest, the Dean of Mission Engagement and Innovation, Dr. Laura Crawley from Lenoir-Rhyne.
Thank you so much. Go Bears! We've had a great year at Lenoir-Rhyne, just not only the lacrosse championship, which was phenomenal, yay, but also our women's triathlon. First time out of the gate, won the national championship in Division II as well. So really great year, go Bears. I'm here today to bring you greetings from President Witt, the leadership, faculty, staff, and students at Lenoir-Rhyne University. I know many of you here in the room are Lenoir-Rhyne graduates, maybe current students, faculty, board members, supporters, alumni, et cetera. So it's a real pleasure to be here with you today. I am the inaugural Vice President for Mission Engagement and Innovation at Lenoir-Rhyne. My name is Laura Crawley, recent transplant from the Southeast Synod, been in Atlanta for the last many years, and really pleased to be here with you in North Carolina today. And now I'm going to learn which button actually forwards the slide. So you have already met our new rector and dean at LTSS, the Reverend Dr. Chad Rimmer, who's joining us from Lutheran World Federation in Geneva. These are exciting times at LTSS as well. We are opening up our curriculum to serve students, help people to answer the call, even if they cannot come and move to Columbia and be on our campus all the time, by opening up our curriculum to hybrid and online offerings. You also heard from Dr. Rimmer that we're opening up some of our courses for audit, for continuing education opportunities for alumni, and for people who are already serving in parishes across Region 9. We are also very grateful for a history and the capability to offer generous financial support for our students. Again, removing barriers. When someone hears the call, we want to make sure that we can help them answer that call at Lutheran Theological Southern Seminary. So Lenoir-Rhyne is also removing barriers for our undergraduate population and our students who are in other graduate programs at the university. This past year, starting this fall, we have reset our tuition. Many of you know or may have experienced yourself that what is the published tuition at private institutions is not the actual tuition. And we made a decision that we would be more transparent about that reality. So we lowered our tuition to $30,000. That tuition is still for students who come in with a 3.5 GPA or transfer in with a 3.5 GPA is immediately cut in half, down to $15,000. And then grants and scholarships and financial aid are stacked on top of that. So we all know, I mean, I have just put 2 children through college myself. Many of us are in that boat or are trying to put children through college now. We know that the expense of college, the expense of education is a barrier. And again, we want to be about removing barriers so that people can answer the call. It may not be to ministry, it may be to occupational therapy, it may be to counseling, it may be to philosophy, it may be to teaching, but we want to help people respond to that call and do the work that they are called to do in the world. We have also recognized, as everyone in this room has probably recognized, that mental health care is very important. People coming out of a pandemic for the last several years have really suffered and are still recovering from those realities. So we have now expanded our mental health care and also our telehealth care for all students, faculty, and staff to be available 24/7, 365 days a year. So our students have access to online counseling, wellness checks, telehealth, wherever they are. So when they have gone home now for the summer, we are not leaving them behind, and they don't have to leave behind their counseling support or their healthcare support. And then finally, I just want to, there's so many more things I could share with you, but I'm going to cut it short because I know we're all probably, my stomach's about to join the conversation here in a second. Mainly, I wanted to reach out to all of you and let you know that we are here for you. We are your Lutheran University, we are your Lutheran Seminary, and we want to connect with you. Coming out of COVID, we are back on the road for recruitment. We have now implemented Lutheran-specific recruitment efforts outside of North Carolina even, but also within North Carolina. We are working to encourage more engagement. In the last year, thanks to our Dean Mindy Maycant, who I believe is here, led a group of faculty to Cherokee, North Carolina for a Cherokee immersion project that ended in worship at Living Waters, where Pastor Jack Russell taught us that the Cherokee word for bear is Yonah. So now we can say, go Yonah. We have also been working with Lutheran Services Carolina. We are now housing refugee families in dorms at Lutheran Theological Southern Seminary. That's been going on for the last 5-6 months or so. We're very pleased with that opportunity, not only to serve those families, but also to connect those families with our community in Columbia and with the community at the seminary. Our campus pastor, Pastor Todd Cutter, is visiting congregations whenever he can and would be happy to receive an invitation from yours to come and speak, not just about Lenore-Rhine, but he can also speak about mental health on college campuses. He can come and speak about whatever topic might be of use to you. But we're here for you. So please feel free to reach out, connect with us. I would love to speak with you, and I look forward to getting to know all of you better. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Crawley. Somebody left a cross at the church last night at First Presbyterian. So if you're missing a cross, we have it at the vice president and the bishop's table over here. So being clear about this question, who is Jesus? Who do we say Jesus is not just Synod office work. It's also for congregations. It shows up in how we budget, in our priorities for mission, how we love our neighbors. In 2019, Prince of Peace Lutheran in Greensboro embarked on a journey to name their core values and was faced with a hard decision. Would they live into them? How would they do that? So he's already up here, Pastor Matt Caniff-Kiesecker. He's going to help share part of that story. Thanks, Matt.
Good afternoon. I met y'all yesterday. My name is Pastor Matt Caniff-Kiesecker, and yesterday I was wearing the hat of being part of the Synod leadership for children, youth, and family, but I spend most of my time here in Greensboro as pastor of Prince of Peace Lutheran Church in the African American heritage neighborhood of Warnersville, which is about 10 minutes from here, just south of downtown Greensboro. And I've served there since 2018. And we've heard a lot about our Synod's shared core values over this weekend. And I want to tell you about the journey that our congregation went on starting in 2018, 2019, of articulating three things. Our driving purpose. We have a mission statement that's long and on a plaque and on our wall and really nice, but we wanted just a snappy driving purpose statement and core values and guiding principles for how we would live into our mission. And that journey really helped us as a congregation clarify our purpose and not change who we are, but really clearly name who we are and what we're about as a community of Christ. So yesterday you heard someone say that Prince of Peace has received some funding from the ELCA for strategic ministry. When I came in 2018, we were a congregation officially in the process of ELCA redevelopment, which meant that we were getting some support in order to enter a new phase of ministry, and we had Pastor Danielle, our DEM, walking with us through that process, and Danielle was really clear that we needed to turn in and get clear about who we are before we could turn out and live out our mission. And so we started with this purpose statement that you see behind me. Now, we had some leaders go to a congregation vitality training of the ELCA. It happened to be in Las Vegas, where we did the work of coming up with this statement. But you don't have to go to Las Vegas. I might recommend maybe even not trying to do it in Las Vegas, but anywhere leaders of your congregation gather and just get really clear about what is the driving why of why your local congregation exists, beyond the fact that maybe it has for a long time and you hope it still will continue to. But within the larger mission of what Christ does through the whole church, what is the role of your congregation? What's your purpose? And the language we came up with is lifting every voice with the joy of Jesus. That was a process of throwing out words that resonated with us and spoke to the history of our congregation and putting them together in a nice way. But our congregation has been a place where leaders have been lifted, a place where voices are lifted. People who maybe aren't listened to or valued in other places, we lift into leadership. We like to sing. We're an African descent congregation, and so we put lifting every voice as a nod to the Black national anthem, lift every voice and sing, and we do it all with joy. And so ever since we came up with that, I start worship every Sunday morning by saying, welcome to worship with Prince of Peace, where we lift every voice with the joy of Jesus. And I think just unconsciously, every member of my congregation could probably rattle that off in their sleep, but it says something about who we are as a congregation. Then we went into the process of naming our core values, and that came about through Pastor Danielle coming and leading us, first our congregation council and then our whole congregation, in a process of storytelling. We told stories about Prince of Peace. We told stories about, more specifically, how through the years we encountered Jesus in the community of Prince of Peace. And from these stories, we lifted themes and we grouped them, and then we chose words to kind of represent each of the themes, each of these values that were being communicated. And then we expanded the circle from the council, and we did the whole same thing in a meal after a worship service. Pastor Danielle showed us how to do it, and then my council leaders led it for our congregation, kind of like we did in this room in 2019 when we named those core values for our whole synod. And so we did that with our congregation, we brought it back to the council, and we came up with these 5 core values. Oh, they're up there already. African descent witness. We are a multicultural community committed to our African descent roots. Diversity. We embrace all people and their unique gifts. Community. We invest in deep relationships in our church and in our neighborhood. Holy tenacity, probably my favorite. We are determined to see God's dream of justice become reality. And joy, maybe that's my favorite. In praise and in sorrow, we find our joy in Jesus. And we brought these values to the congregation and said, how does this feel? And we heard from folks, yeah, that's us. We didn't change who we are, but we named who we are through the process of clarifying and articulating these values. Now, Pastor Danielle explained to us that the core values are front public facing. That's like your elevator speech that someone says, what's the purpose of your congregation? Lifting every voice with the joy of Jesus. What are you about? What's your community like? We rattle off these 5 things, no more than 5 that'll fit on a hand. Guiding principles was the next step, and our guiding principles are more our internal kind of governing document of how we're going to live into those values. If the core values are the what, the guiding principles are the how. And so the council wrestled with, what has it looked like in the past? What has life at Prince of Peace looked like that has led into those values? And let's put that on paper, because then we'll be committed to continue to operate that way in the future. And so these are our guiding principles for them. We will collaborate with diverse partners for the sake of the gospel, which means good news for the poor, persecuted, and marginalized. We will add value to our greater community by building on the assets of our neighborhood and our congregation. We will prioritize our neighbors in Warnersville, so together we will see our neighborhood and its residents flourish. We will reflect the diversity of our congregation in our leadership and our decision-making, with a commitment to always represent our African descent community. We felt good about that. So we wrapped up the process of articulating core values and guiding principles. Danielle said that core values are for the public, guiding principles are for ourselves, so we printed 2 big banners, one with core values, and we hung that on the outside of our church building. And if you want to drive by Prince of Peace on your way out of town in Warnersville, you'll see our farm and you'll see our banner hanging outside. And then we printed a guiding principles one that is inside, that hangs in the room where our congregation council meets, where we make decisions about the way we live together as church. And we celebrated that. The first thing we did was, in October of 2019, we had a Core Values Sunday, where we celebrated the articulation of these new values and principles, and instead of preaching, I invited congregation members, 5 of them, to each give a brief testimony around one of our 5 stated core values, and talk about how they had experienced that value at Prince of Peace, talk about how they had experienced Jesus through that value at Prince of Peace. And it was a great celebration, and it really helped us own, yes, this is us. And I knew we were onto something just a couple days after that first Core Value Sunday, because I got an email from somebody who had visited our congregation a few times before that. And they were kind of into it, but then on that Core Value Sunday, they brought someone with them. They brought their partner for the first time. And it was kind of a lot for that to be your first experience in a community. But I got an email from this person that said, "It's been good to be with you for a few weeks." The person I was with, my partner, they weren't really feeling some of the things you said about who you are. And it doesn't really feel like the best fit for the kind of faith community we're looking for, so we're not going to come back. And I thought, okay, this is working. That may sound strange to celebrate somebody saying that, but, I feel like I'm glad they came on that Sunday and we just said it. And I'm glad it was on a banner and it didn't take, months to figure out that we weren't on the same page about things. Or worse yet, I'm glad that, we didn't not ever articulate values or purpose for the sake of keeping everybody there and then not actually doing anything. So in the few minutes that I have left, let me show you some things that we are doing at Prince of Peace that have come out of our values. Let's go to this next one. Can we go to the next 2? There we go. This is Minister Kathleen. She came to us as a divinity student at Shaw Divinity School, a single mom, and someone who just wanted to be a member of our community while she was working full-time. When she graduated, we asked Minister Kathleen if she wanted to be our theologian in residence and preach once a month and lead Bible study, because we're committed to lifting every voice at Prince of Peace, and we're committed to representing our African descent community. And now Minister Kathleen is a valued part of our leadership. We call this the Harambee Pavilion. Harambee is a Swahili word that means community pulling together. This was built mostly with money from the Peeler Casey Fund, and our congregation said, we want to build something on our campus that is a community gathering place, because our guiding principles say we will add value to our community and we will prioritize our neighbors. And so we built this outdoor pavilion, and we told our neighbors, come and be community here with us. That's what's happened in lots of different ways. We have community events there. We have neighbors coming together. This is an after-school group making pizza. I have a whole Instagram account I made about making pizza. So if you want to see more pizza pictures, I'll show you that. But that's because we're committed to these values of prioritizing neighbors and adding value. Our church farm is a story unto itself, but we went through a process of parting ways with a nonprofit group that was running the farm for us, and we used the big banner on the wall. We met in the room with the banner on the wall with this group, and we said, are these the principles and the goals of this project that you're driving towards? And they said, no, not really. And we said, okay, then I think we're going to do this ourselves. And we found this young woman named Nala, who's an A&T grad, whose dream is to run a community farm. And now she's turned this into something that is way more living out our values and our hopes and dreams for our neighborhood. And it's called the Peaceful Seeds of Warnersville Farm. I meant to put it on the slide, but go get on Instagram and look up Peaceful Seeds Farm, and you can follow the awesome stuff that Nala is doing. The Freedom Fridge is like a lot of the food projects we've heard about, where we share food with neighbors, except we have a refrigerator plugged in outside. And this came to us by a community group called Greensboro Mutual Aid, who heard what we were doing on the farm, thought we might be potential partners, came and asked. We didn't have to do any work except say yes to let this be on our campus. And it was an easy yes, because we said, yeah, we collaborate with diverse partners. We prioritize our neighbors. We add value to our community. So our council thought about that for like 2 seconds and said, yes. We represent our African descent community with the artwork in our building. We were at Greensboro Pride Festival for the first time this year, living into our reconciling in Christ identity, because we know that Christ means good news for marginalized and persecuted communities. And we have had a lot of young people leading in our worship lately, because they started asking if they could not just receive communion, but administer communion and take different roles. And we said, yeah, we lift every voice with the joy of Jesus, so come on. In my final minute, I just want to say to you that this weekend we've reflected a lot on this question of that Jesus asks us, who do you say that I am? And I said that this process of articulating core values helped us as a community at Prince of Peace name who we are, but I think really what it helped us do is name who Jesus is in our community. Because we know that everything that we are is because of who Jesus is, amen? And so Jesus promises that wherever 2 or 3 of us are gathered, Jesus will show up. And so our core values are naming our witness of how we've seen Jesus show up in our community and how we know that we will continue to encounter Jesus in our community. We know that we encountered Jesus at Prince of Peace through the witness of African descent people and their faithfulness. We encounter Jesus through diversity and through community and in the holy tenacity of never giving up on God's dream for justice. And mostly we find Jesus in the joy of gathering as the people of God on a journey together following Christ. And I just want to say about joy that I'm not talking about happiness, because we know that there's a lot of time in this broken world that it's hard to be happy, right? It's hard to be happy when we see our neighbors coming hungry to get food from the Freedom Fridge. And it's hard to be happy when we come into worship and have to pray for more school children gunned down, or when we have to speak the names of more people of color whose holy, sacred breath has been snuffed out at the hands of white people. There's a lot of time we're not happy, but we know the deep joy of Jesus being with us and claiming us and forgiving us and never giving up on us. So that's who we say Jesus is at Prince of Peace. Who do you say Jesus is? I encourage you to go back to your communities and ask that question. And when principles and values and purpose emerge from asking that question together, then live it out for the world that's waiting to hear. Amen.
We have finished the work of session 3. We have an hour for lunch, Again, your name tag, if it has a white card, serves as your meal ticket. Dietary restriction tickets are in your name tag as well. We will gather for our final session of business after lunch at 2 p.m., including a session with our ELCA representative, Jody Slattery, on the Commission for a Renewed Lutheran Church, and prize drawings will be made at the beginning of the session. If you have bingo cards, please turn them in during the time that we are at lunch. We'll see you at 2.